Hey, yeah, it's a Toya Kanban Roar! And that's the first, well, I guess technically second or first, whichever you want to call it, first proper Kanban Roar in the year of 2025, technically speaking. Not really, because I technically did stream, you know, on the first day of 2025. We celebrated together as we were doing Genshin, among other things. So yes, hello everyone, welcome back on Bonwar to you if it's nighttime or Tohayo, depending which time zone you are at. We are doing more Great Ace Attorney Chronicles. Yes, we are gonna be doing, I want to say, the last part of this episode, which I think is just the trial portion. Maybe there's a part 4 too, I'm not too sure. But we're gonna try to do as much as we can tonight. Yes, but in any case, I hope everyone has had a good 2025. I almost said 2024. 2025 so far. I hope like the past 3-4 days, however long people have been spending it, have been fruitful, have been okay, have been going well. And if it's not going so well, you know, that's okay. I hope you can rest and decompress and have a chill time over here. Yeah. So for me, I went out. I had like a lot of food with my family, basically. Actually, I'm gonna be having some food tomorrow as well because there's another celebration going on. So yeah, I'm, you know, getting a lot of nice, good protein. Yes, you know, I'm slowly turning into Akihiko, just getting all that protein, all that good source and quality protein. Yes, but yeah, a lot of eating, a lot of celebrations. And, you know, if you feel like, oh, I'm eating a lot and I'm not hitting, like, whatever fitness goals or resolutions you've set, it's okay. One step at a time, you know. Change is not, like, an immediate thing. We don't need to completely go cold turkey. Just take, you know, take things one day at a time. If, like, today you don't hit your goals or macros or whatever, you do it, you get back to baseline the next day, you know. Don't undereat to compensate. Just get back to whatever your goals are. Yeah, that's what my coach tells me anyways, you know, just to make it simple, because like we're human. To human is to err. So yeah. But in any case, let's get back into talking about, well, streaming the Great Ace Attorney Chronicles. So last time we made a lot of mistakes during the first 2 parts of the trials because I got a bit kerfuddled in terms of like certain pieces of evidence or certain pieces of like inquiry and whatnot, and I'm like, well, crap. But yeah, we've found, or we've ascertained, that Eggert Benedict, obviously an alias, is the person whose blood was found at the scene of the crime, and who's most likely is the person who wields the third gun, who may most likely have shot Mr. Windibanks. I just remembered that name. Yes. Yeah, so he's most likely the killer, because we're trying to stop, you know, the jury from saying that Gina's guilty. Also, luckily it is like a jury trial, because like it's like the state of the trial is pretty much at the behest of the jury, and even Von Zeeks was like, huh, you think a toy contraption from like some faux detective is gonna be enough to sway the crowd? From like, well, who's to say that all blood does not turn green upon the mixing of chemicals? Huh. But, you know, the jury was like, you know, I'm curious if this is true. We need to get to the bottom of it. So we're going to be doing that right now. So let's get into it. And yes, I will still be doing Luis Von Zeeks. Or, you know, I will keep trying. I will endeavor to do it. So let's go. 17th April, 12:31 p.m. The Old Bailey, defendant's antechamber. Gina, how are you holding up? Dots. Gina, come on. Come on, I did my best. I made a lot of mistakes, but it's okay. We're gonna very dishonorably save scum, because I can no longer afford to make any mistakes. I'm starting to feel quite warmly toward her frequent cold shoulders now. Ginny! Are you alright? Why aren't you saying anything? Dots. What's the point, eh? What got all this trouble and fight so hard for the likes of me? What? Oh, you saw it? That picture. What picture? Oh, the one that was captured on the cameras. Our little handy-dandy steampunky surveillance camera. Oh, you mean this? The photograph was taken by Hurley's red-handed recorder. Well, I didn't think it would have captured a scene like this, that's for sure. It's hopeless. Anyone who sees that's gonna think I did it, ain't they? Well, I won't pretend it wasn't a bit of a shock when the prosecution first presented it to the court. Yeah, I mean, like, I kind of want to see the other photos too, right? Like the second, like from the other angle, right? Like, what's the point of just showing the one at the counter? I mean, like, I guess they can make the argument of like being, oh, there isn't anything relevant at the other angle, but who's to say that? I want to take a look at all of them. You know, give it to me, please. Surely you've got to have your doubts about me now. You can't still think I'm innocent. That was a terrible accent, but I'm gonna endeavor and keep going. Of course I can. Jenny, why don't you talk to us? Tell us what really happened that night. Yeah, because she's been really closed off. She hasn't told us her side of the story, you know, at all. Reno's cleverly managed to piece together lots of new information, but still, we'd really like to hear it from you. All right then. It was after we had dinner together at your place, right, Iris? And we all had a chat up in your office, didn't we? Yes, I remember. After that, I just couldn't get to sleep. So I slipped out and went down the street to the 221, to Winterbank's place. I had to know if our story was there or not. The Hound of the Baskervilles. Ooh, this perspective, I like that. The little movements. I don't know what this is about or nothing. But if you ask me, that's something that Sholmes don't like. But if you ask me, there's something in it that Sholmes don't like. Something what he don't want people reading. So that's why he lied to Iris about sticking it in lug with Winterbanks for safekeeping. At least, that's what I thought at the time. So you broke into Winterbanks. I mean, we established that, right? I just had to know if it was there or not. I mean, I had no idea all that was gonna kick off, did I? I struck the lock and snuck inside. It was dark as you like in there. So I gave the old lamp on the counter a bit of wick. And that's when, I mean, obviously, you light that up, he's gonna come and be like, who's there? You've committed a crime, stop. You've committed a crime against Skyrim and her people. What do you think you're doing? Ah! I nearly died, I did. And next thing I knew... I grabbed the gun off the counter and was waving it in the air like I don't know what. Oh. You're the girl who was in here this afternoon. I didn't think pickpockets went in for armed robbery. The mantle script. Have you got it there? Did Sholmes leave a load of paper with you? A story? I beg your pardon? The hound or they... something or other. If it's here, I want to see it. I'm sorry, young lady. But I'd sooner die than relinquish an article belonging to one of my customers. I don't want it! What would I do with it anyway? I just want to see its ear. That's all. Oh. You want to see it, do you? I want to know if Sholmes really pawned it here or not. Please, just let me see it, and I'll go. Dots. Oh, very well then. I mean, at the very least, he's kind of understanding. It's like, you know what? Pickpocket, I might have been a bit too... Because maybe he's like kind of reflecting like earlier, he might have been a bit too harsh. Granted, right? She is still a pickpocket, but like he might have been like, okay, I might have been a bit too harsh earlier in the morning. And you know, she's young, among other things. At least like the way she's saying it, or like the way the words are popping out, it makes it seem like she's much more sincere. But for Pete... Oh, Jesus. But for pity's sake, stop waving my gun around, would you? So then the old cove unlocked the storeroom door, and we both went inside. And it was there, all right. The manuscript. Sholmes weren't lying after all. You did all that just to check for me, Ginny. Anyway, then there was a bit of a kickabout in the main bit of the store. The Skulkin brothers arriving on the scene. Yes. What was that noise? Someone's breaking in! Or, you know, it's already broke. Dear me. Is there some burglars convention here tonight that I don't know about? I think I forgot to shut the door behind me. Sorry. I'd better go and take care of... Sorry. I'd better go and take care of it. Could I possibly have my gun back? Oh, well, I'll come with you and... Now, don't be foolish, young girl. You must stay right here. Don't leave this room under any circumstances. And with that, took the gun out of my hand and walked back out into the shop. I'm back in the storeroom like he said, straining my ears in the dark to hear what was going on. It sounded like they'd gone into a bit of a scrap. I started to think I should help, see? So I was just about to go out the storeroom myself, when... Bang, bang. I heard a couple of shots go off. 2, I think. So, one was definitely from Windenbanks' gun, and the second was definitely from the killer's gun. Yeah. I had a couple of shots go off. 2, I think. Almost at the same time. And then there he was, right at my feet, lying face down on the floor. I was right next to the storeroom door, so I slammed it shut and locked it quick as you like. Because you thought whoever had shot Mr. Windenbank might come for you. Yeah. So I went to grab the old cove's gun. I figured I'd put up a fight at least. But when I got a better look at him, I knew. Windenbank was a goner. I felt funny in my head all of a sudden. Kinda dizzy. Man, I bet, like, you just witnessed a murder in front of you. And after that, I don't remember nothing. That must be when you passed out, Gina. Dots. If I hadn't done what I'd done, the old cove might still be alive. Did you tell the police everything you just told us? Of course I did! But they didn't believe a word of it, did they? All they said was, if I kept telling lies, it'll make things even worse for me. It'll be alright, Jenny. Don't worry. Just stay strong a little longer. Bruno's about to put the real culprit through the mill. Yeah, we're gonna do that. We're gonna one-shot this with no mistakes. You know, we're not gonna do any time manipulation or anything, you know. We are in England, but you know, it's not that type of stream, you know. We're not playing the type of game, even though he, you know, wink wink, nudge nudge. That cowboy was there in the afternoon. That Eggert Benedict. It's him. I still remember how he looked at me. Like I was nothing. Condescension. So condescending, look at him. Look at this sharply dressed jackass. Let's go. It was there that night. We don't know his real name yet. But the radio lady, the communications officer lady person said that he was a coworker, so we're probably gonna get his actual name this time, right? Did you win? We're getting there, Plum. Hello, happy New Year, happy 2025, yay! I'm slowly just like making weird accents, but it's okay. But I'm convinced that he's involved somehow. Thoughts? Anyway, thank you for telling us what happened, Gina. I appreciate your honesty. You what? You can leave it all in Reno's capable hands now, Jenny. Thoughts? Don't cry, no. Gina? Mr. Naruto. Yes? How come you trust me? I don't get it. Dots. I mean, have you forgotten what happened before? Happened here before? Come on, it was only 2 months ago. Me and Mr. McGilden told you a whole pack of lies. And he got the bog trotter off of him, even though he was a killer. Dots. No. I could never forget that. Oh. I did what I thought was best at the time. But the pain of that error of judgment doesn't get any easier to bear. Still, don't forget that I also made you a promise. I told you that I'll be on your side to the bitter end, no matter what. But what if I'm lying? You could be working to get another kill off the hook for all you know. Dots. I was once in your position, Gina. I was the accused in a trial. You were? Yeah, like some British exchange student, like, poisoned, like, this medical doctor, and then, like, I was put on trial because, yeah, it was wild. Before I left Japan, I was accused of murder. And strange as it might sound, the circumstances of the crime were pretty damning. I was sure that no one would believe it wasn't me who'd done it. Oh, Runo. But there was one person who stood up for me, who believed in me, who was prepared to defend me. My best friend. Oh no! Kazuma! Rinosuke, no one believes you more than I do. We gotta give him the voice. Kazuma! Leave this to me. All you need to do is put your faith in me, and I'll do the rest. I was so happy. I cried. But even then, somewhere inside me, I couldn't help thinking, surely he doesn't really believe in me. Not completely. But I was wrong. As soon as my trial began, it was obvious. Love the dramatic win. I know, right? Where's he getting this in the courthouse? Like what's happening? Bro. There's no wind. It's the courthouse. That he had an absolute unwavering belief in me. He's just a drama queen. Nah, it's the Seishun. It's the Seishun that's causing the wind. It's his energy, you know? Oh my god. You know. Sorry, I just want to look up his Japanese voice actor. Oh god, Plum, you would love it. You know who Kazuma's Japanese voice actor is? His Seishun Slay aura is so strong that it generates its own dramatic wind. It's... I feel... Exactly, but yeah, who is it? It's Nakamura Ryuichi. It's Gojo himself. Sir is generating his own wind. Imaginary technique. Seishun wins. We have Nakamura as Kazuma. We've got Suda-ken as Von Zeeks. Like, what the hell is happening? Oh my god. Hang on, I need to double check who voices Rinosuke. I just saw the name, like, oh, okay. Alrighty, buddy. Okay, I don't know who Hiroshimono is. Wait. Oh, he voices Zenitsu. Okay, alright. Oh, and Dabi. Okay, that's kind of wild. Okay, I see. He is known. He is known. Alrighty. let me get back on track. I got a bit too distracted. Yeah. Oh, he's Lenny in Genshin. Okay, alright. A little magician. Let's get back to it. And in turn, I developed an absolute unwavering belief in him. Since then, I came to realize, if you want someone to believe in you, you have to believe in the other person first. What are you saying? I promise you, Gina, that no matter what happens, I'll keep believing in you. So you don't need to worry. I won't let you down. Just homie things, exactly. Like, homie, you gotta believe in me, because I believe in you. Bro. Dots. Even though I'm a diver, and a no-good liar. You're not like McGilden. I know that. That's right! You're our friend, Ginny! Iris! We know you better than you think. And we've come to the conclusion that you're someone we can trust. Yes! That's really all we need to know. Exactly! Mr. Naruto, I... Aww? Aw, Gina! Defend Gina Lestrade and her legal representative. Court proceedings are about to resume. Please head into the courtroom immediately. Yes, of course. Thank you. Let's go. We're gonna... God, I said something and then my mind caught up. Hang on. We're gonna get you a not guilty verdict. There we go. Okay. I've been both a defendant and a defending lawyer in my time, so I knew only too well just how hard it was to put all your faith in another. I also knew just how hard it was to bear the burden of another putting all their faith in you. This is it at last. The final chapter, the final battle. Wish me luck, Sasato-san. And I hope you're watching over me too, partner. You know what? I kind of want to redo the last part. You know, just because like I've basically come to the conclusion that it's like I think I mentioned it before, but basically when Sasato and Rinosuke are talking to each other, in front of like other people or like in front of the Londoners, right? They always use like Mr. or Miss. So they're obviously speaking English at that point, right? But by themselves or like within his thoughts, it's always like son. They always add like the honorifics. So in lieu of that, I'm gonna do it like this. I'm gonna do it like this. Wish me luck, Sasato-san. And I hope you're watching over me too, Eyeball. Let's go! Let's go! Let's go, Eyeball! 17th April, 1:31 p.m. That was an hour? Okay. The Old Bailey courtroom. I hereby call this court to order as we resume the trial of Miss Gina Lestrade. Lord Von Zieks, have you successfully subpoenaed the witness? The subpoena was delivered to the communications station where the man works immediately, my lord. However, the heavy rain has delayed the arrival of his carriage, it would seem. I see. Daddy's home. Let us turn our attention to Inspector Gregson's presence of the case heard by the court this morning. The glaring omission of the third bullet in your report is a serious blunder, Inspector. Yes, I can only apologize, my lord. And although the defense's chemical analysis of the blood at the scene makes for a compelling argument, I cannot permit such untried methods to be used as evidence in my courtroom, I see. It's a big mistake to cross Harley and me. A very big mistake. My lord, the subpoenaed witness has just arrived in the building, so he's not too late. Gotcha. Thank you, officer. Show him to the stand without delay. Mr. Eggert Benedict. I'm getting hungry already. I didn't expect to be crossing paths with him so soon. And certainly not like this. Look at him! My god. Thank you for complying with the court subpoena in such a short time, sir. But of course, my lord. As an upstanding member of London society, it is my pleasure to oblige. Now, kindly state your name and occupation for the record. Ashley Graydon, Communications Officer. Mr. Graydon and I work at London's Central Communications Station. Now, perhaps somebody would kindly explain what all this is about. You were apprised of the situation by the court officer on your way here, I presume. Yes, I was. Something to do with a murder that took place at the pawnbroker at Baker Street. And some nonsense about me having been there on the night in question. That is the accusation, indeed. This really is beyond a joke, you know. Very well. Without further delay, the court will hear your testimony now, Mr. Grayson. Graydon. Grayson, damn. I feel like I've been watching or been listening to too many like Batman stuff. Damn. You will respond to the accusation made against you under oath. God, his dance moves. Gladly, my lord. Gladly. Alright, man, give me your testimony. Come on, let's go. The accusation. Naturally, I have occasion to make use of pawnbroking services from time to time. But are you seriously suggesting I colluded with these thugs to break into the place at the night of the murder? I have no intention of admitting to such an outrageous accusation. Even if certain parties here present claim that my blood was found at the scene. Some Scaramouche detectives' homebrewed tincture can hardly be taken as serious evidence. I was not expecting to use the word Scaramouche here, but okay, gotcha. Damn, goddamn. Sir definitely has quite a vocabulary, quite a lexicon of words in his, hidden in his brain right there. So, you deny the accusation completely, do you? I must say, I'm dismayed. For the highest court in the land to be swayed by this self-professed detective's toy. It was the will of the jury, and our great British justice system demands that the jury's will is upheld. Then it would seem we have the misfortune of a most inept assembly of jurors today. My golly! How long am I expected to be detained here? If, following the defense's cross-examination, your involvement in this matter has not been established, you will be free to leave immediately. Good. Then I shall be away in time for afternoon tea. Some small consolation at least. Let us not hold up Mr. Graydon any longer than necessary, counsel. Proceed with the cross-examination. Truly the jury duty mood, I swear. I'm glad that I never had to do jury duty, but my god. So, we meet again, Mr. Eggert Benedict. Or is it Mr. Graydon? Dots. My apologies. I see we're gonna play this game, huh? Rinosuke Naruhodo, defense lawyer. We have met. I got called once for a Zoom jury duty and it was a nightmare. Oh god, no. Good god. If you say so. Ashley Graydon. Enchanté. So. You giving me your top hat? The heck? Ugh! I trust we can conclude this quickly. Yeah. But I'm not holding your flashy hat while we do. Don't toss your top hat like that. My gosh. Nice. Wine glasses, wine bottles, hats, you know. The usual. Let me press. Oh! Okay, we refresh. Yes, we. Okay, I thought it carried over into part 3. Jesus Christ. Okay, we have all. We can make 4 mistakes now. There we go. Okay. All right, I'm happy now. I'm gonna press on you. Press. Anyways, hold it. Yes, we've met in the very pawnbroker where the crime took place on the afternoon of the day in question. Though, of course, you introduced yourself by a different name at the time.
Objection!
It was Mr. Eggert. The witness is here to testify about events that took place that night. He is under no obligation to answer such unrelated questions. You can't be serious. Thank you, because I certainly do not feel inclined to answer such an inappropriate question. There was going to be evasive, is he? In an effort not to give anything away. This could be tricky. Dots. But at least we know his game. We know what he's about.
Hold it!
Have you seen these two men before? He's gonna say no. This pair. No. I don't associate with criminals. And they're looking away too. Interesting. Said by a man who introduced himself as Eggert Benedict. But you fucking pull a gun out on us, man. I'd like to know who I have to thank for this. Who made this outlandish accusation against me? Me. It is me. Look at me. The young lawyer there, in the black. This is a farce! Whose idea was it to permit an outsider to work in a British court anyway? The British government. Well, needless to say, I've known okay.
Hold it!
Where were you at around 1 in the morning on the night in question, sir? He's gonna say at his apartment or something like that. That is past the hour at which I would normally retire. Certainly. I was not in the company of these rapscallions. You're able to prove that.
Objection!
Listen carefully, my learned Nipponese friend. Well, you appear to be under gross misapprehension on this point. What do you mean? Like, we have to prove that he was there. The witness maintains he was not at the scene of the crime. He has no obligation to prove his absence. If your accusation is that the witness was present at the scene, the obligation lies with you to prove your assertion. You will fulfill that obligation before putting any more unreasonable questions to the witness. A silent victory, Buggle. Thanks. I mean, like, okay, Like, Von Zeeks is being, like, pedantic, but he is kind of true. Because, like, it's like he is following the law to the ladder. Because, like, we did bring someone who is basically, like, for all intents and purposes, unrelated to the crime. And we did bring him here using, like, an evidence or method that has not been, like, tried and tested in court or with the police yet. So, like, it's not unreasonable for him to be like, this is bullshit, Your Honor. It's like, you know, he was, what did he say last time I played this? Like, Your Honor, this is an outrage! You know, like, he did a lot of that.
Hold it!
The blood was found at the scene of the crime. There's no question of that. And then there's gonna be an objection at some point. Mr. Sholmes' chemical analysis has positively identified the substance as such. But I'm not the only human to have blood running through my veins, am I? How can you be sure that the blood is mine? It could equally be the blood of one of these two miscreants, so how about we give them a cut, let them bleed on a piece of paper, and shoot a thing, Every individual's blood has a slightly different composition, it seems. Mr. Sholmes' chemical is able to differentiate blood samples. Spare me the science lesson! Who is this Sholmes character anyway? Oh, I assumed all Londoners would know the name. He's a a renowned detective. Renosuke, I'm pretty sure he's been screwing with us, but it's okay. So, even you are unable to bring yourself to say great detective. A great detective, you say? Now we're in the realm of fairy tales, are we? Oh, hang on, sir.
Excuse me.
What's up? Do you have something to say about that, Mr. Skulkin? What, mate? No, your brother. No, the Mr. Skulkin next to you. Bro, I had enough to deal with this. How many times have I got to tell you? Not you, Gregson! Yes, I know. You're not Big Bruv Sulky. Mr. Nash Skulkin. God blimey, governor. You what? Jesus Christ, okay. Is it not the case that when Mr. Graydon just spoke, a thought went through your mind? Would you care to share that thought, Would you care to share that thought with the court? Yeah, me thoughts? I don't have none of them. It must have been him. You what? Mr. Nash Skulkin. Answer the question, please. What went through your mind when Mr. Graydon just spoke? Nothing, honest, Gov. Nothing. I was just thinking. If he waves his arm around like that much more, it would open up the wound again. That's... The wound! Sir, incredible. He had one thought. The wound! What wound, sir? How do you know he has a wound? If today is the first time you two have met, what wound are you talking about? What wound? Well, he took the bullet, of course. That was only 2 days ago. It ain't gonna be healed up again, you see? That was, you know. I was worried. Wow, what, wow. The accent. Oh, you know, I was worrying for him and... Oh, else bells! Oh, we got you. We got you by the scruff of your... We got you by the scruff of your neckerchief, son of a bitch. Mr. Graydon, did you hear that? Ah, hello. You know, the furtive glance, the subtlest of touches. Why are you holding onto your left arm, good sir? What's going on there? What? Your comrade is worried about you, it seems. On account of your injured arm. My lord. Yes, Mr. Graydon. I have no idea what these two wretches are talking about. Certainly, I shouldn't be expected to answer anything in relation to their mindless insinuations, so why don't you remove your hand from your arm? We know that someone other than the victim was hit by a bullet at the scene of the crime 2 nights ago. And from the height of the bullet hole in the wall, that person was likely hit in the upper arm or thereabouts. So, good sir, I would like to kindly ask if I can touch you. For science, to prove to the court if you have nothing to hide. Right? If you really weren't there, and I'm trying to prove that you were there, show me your arm. Show it to me. Show me your bicep. Pull a little bodybuilder pose right in front of me. Right in front of the court. Do a little jiggle. Do a little waltz. You know? Perhaps you'd allow a court official to examine your arm, sir. The left arm that you're currently clasping with your right hand, as if in pain. Dots. No, I refuse. You have shown no evidence whatsoever that links me to these common thieves. Accordingly, I'm not obliged to permit any such invasion of my privacy. Yeah, but even Von Zeeks is like, bro, what? As I've already said, I'm completely uninvolved in all this. I've never had anything to do with the pawnbrokering where this fellow was killed whatsoever. I take offense at the insinuation that I was in any way involved. You claim to have nothing whatsoever to do with Mr. Windibanks's pawnbrokery. Nothing whatsoever. The judge is giving me something because we can prove that he was there, right? Because Gregson was there as well. Like he caught on to that. We can just ask Gregson, or if not, we can just show the fucking disc. My lord. The defense would like that last statement to be added to Mr. Gregson's formal testimony. Very well, counsel. Continue with your testimony, Mr. Graydon. Dots. I got you. The bottom line is, I've never had anything to do with the pawnbroking establishment when the man was killed. I beg to differ. I beg to differ. I'm just gonna press just in case, just to see what other info I can get. Never had anything to do with it. You forgot I was there, Mr. Graydon, on the very afternoon of the incident. Obviously, I'm not a complete stranger to the pawnbrokers. I'm currently on the lookout for an armchair to furnish my study.
Objection!
No, you were here to redeem an article.
Is that right?
I have no idea what you're talking about. Okay, because I didn't want to present the disc because just based on the description itself, there's no clear like we can say like, oh, this is your blood, but it's like, oh. And you're saying that because of why? Because of the chemical analysis? Are you sure about that? Well, we just proved that the chemical analysis cannot be trusted, at least for now. Because That's why we need Gregson's testimony. Inspector Gregson.
Excuse me.
Talk to me, good sir. Do you have something to add, Inspector? Please do. You were there. You were fucking there, please. Come again, sunshine. You were there too, in fact. Weren't you, Inspector? That afternoon. Dots. Well, yes, I do remember meeting yourself in the pawnbrokers that afternoon. You, your young Japanese assistant, and the accused were all present, as I recall. And at that time, this witness, Mr. Graydon, was trying to acquire a particular article. Well now, don't lie to me. I'm afraid I don't remember too clearly. You're under oath. You're a law-abiding officer. Dude, don't lie in court. What? But you must! I'm not going to lie and pretend I remember something that I don't, but you're gonna lie and pretend that you don't remember something that you do! What's going on here? Wait, hang on. I did say this newspaper was gonna be relevant, right? And contains an article about government secrets being leaked to foreign agencies. Lestrade is a police officer. He was involved with like whatever's happening in the Supreme Court under the Lord Justice, right? Which is why like this specific case was deemed as like low priority for them. Graydon is a communications officer, so communication, radio waves, secret information, right? So it's most likely that whatever's involved here, it's involved with like secret government secrets, and Gregson is probably colluding with Graydon so that like whatever information is not leaked. And I'm guessing that he was so adamant on grabbing this disc because this disc contains part of the information. And he also said that like, and the thing that I remember from the pawnbrokers, right, is that he mentioned that there were 2 discs, right? Not just the one in the jacket, there should be another one. So that's probably gonna come up again too. Gregsy showed us a picture before, didn't he? You know, from the cameras that Hurley installed in Windex. Oh! And we can use that as evidence, right? Yes, of course. Indeed. And the gentleman pictured bears a striking resemblance to the witness, I must say. Exactly. Which proves that Mr. Graydon was in the shop on the afternoon in question. Oh no. They're gonna say like, oh, but I don't see any date. All I see is a timestamp. It could have been the day before, right? Or 2 days before, or 3 days before, you don't know. It's gonna say something like that. At no point have I denied that fact. I merely entered the shop to peruse the articles on sale and have a word with the broker. Nothing more. Dots. This makes no sense. I understand why Mr. Graydon might be trying to cover his tracks. But why would Gregson be trying to avoid giving testimony about what happened? That's all he's gonna say in the matter, is it? What do you think, Reno? I think he has no intention of telling us anything. He's well aware that the less he says, the less chance he has of giving himself away. The complete opposite of Hurley, then. He seems to think that the more he says, the better. Well, at least I managed to prise little information from these witnesses' lips. All thanks to the Skulkin brothers. Yes, they were the key to it after all. So he says he had nothing to do with Windibanks's. Well, we know that's not true. Perhaps now will be a good time to have a proper look through the court record. Good idea. You never know what tiny scrap of information might become a valuable weapon. Excuse me. I want to take a look at this one too, just in case. But hang on. This is the bullet that was fired from the Skulkin brothers' gun on the night of the incident. Yes. So it turns out it never actually entered Hurley's body after all. Thanks to the thick leather of that pouch he was wearing, it saved him. Hurley's always lucky like that. He needs to stop being, you know, I mean, like, I'm glad that he's lucky like that, but he needs to stop putting himself in these types of situations. Well, considering what he had to go through in the hospital, I wonder how lucky he really was. Oh dear, poor Hurley. Okay. Well, McGilden. That's the man you defended in court a couple of months ago, isn't it, Runo? Yes, or rather, mistakenly defended. I wonder what his name is doing on the back of this disc. That's a question I'd like to know the answer to myself. So this is blood, probably from somebody's fingertip. I'll deduce, but not just somebody's fingertip, Mr. Benedict's fingertip. The man dressed all in white. White. Yes, it happened that afternoon in Windibanks. Junior tried to snatch this disc out of the man's hands, and the tiny little bumps cut his thumb. So the lesson is, if someone tries to grab a music box disc from you, let go quickly. The lesson is don't snatch things, surely. I'm gonna press on this one just for more info. Forgets her. And Mr. Sherlock Holmes is the most famous detective in the world, and he's gonna be like, then why haven't I heard of him? And the most famous detective in the world tells the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, oh no. I can't think how to answer that. We can easily, like, prove it right now. We can literally easily prove it right now. If we can just get a medical examiner to let's draw some blood, squirt, 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 spray, spray, spray. We could easily just do that, but no. I once saw the world's most famous swindler going into jail. He allegedly told the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth. And nothing but what turned out to be a pack of lies. Quite. Now, as you're no doubt aware, the Central Communications Station is the heart of this country's information network. My work there is of paramount importance, and you have kept me from it for long enough already. I say, we're getting no information from that. Let's see. Okay, nothing new here. It just has to be the disc. There's nothing else I can present.
Objection.
There we go. Have you ever seen this disc before, Mr. Graydon? Dots. Why? Is it supposed to mean something? This disc was, until the moment of his murder, in pawn in Mr. Winnebank's shop. It was redeemed by the defendant, Miss Gina Lestrade, that afternoon. However, somebody mysteriously appeared to try to take it from her. And that somebody was you, of course, wasn't it, Mr. Graydon? As I have reiterated numerous times now, you're mistaken. That was not me. I've never even seen that disc before in my life. It may have escaped your notice, but there is a small smear of blood on the disc. Oh, can we see your thumb, please? Ah, yes. Resulting from an abrasion of the thumb, perhaps. That's right. The surface of the disc is covered in hundreds of tiny metal bumps. In a skirmish to acquire the disc, the thumb of the person who tried to take it suffered minor lacerations. So, while the disc bears the remnants of that skirmish in the form of the smear of blood, but the thing is, we can't say like, oh, we tested it and it turned green, right? We need to make just like the right connection, like, hey, show us your gloved hand. Take off your glove, knave. I challenge you to a duel. The thumb of the person in question must bear the remnants also, in the form of a scratch. Good gracious. Indeed it must. Mr. Graydon. You refused to allow a court officer to examine your arm before. Are you now going to refuse to allow us to examine your thumb? Because I have no doubt that it bears a small scratch consistent with the smear of blood on this disc. Well. It would seem I underestimated you. What? What is the meaning of this? So you admit it now? I feel like he's gonna say like, no, I have a scratch on my thumb because of some other thing, not the disc. You know, it'd be something like that. You admit you have a scratch on your thumb from when you attempted to take the disc from the defendant. Order! Order! Well, Mr. Graydon. It would appear there's been something of a misunderstanding here. I did not attempt to take the disc, as you put it. No, quite the reverse. What are you trying to say? Oh no, because technically speaking, it was Gina that snatched it from him. It was really quite simple, you see. The disc was mine from the outset. Which is why it has McGilded's name on it. I see. Is there some crime in taking an item that you own out of pawn? What? It would seem, Mr. Graydon. That in this piece of evidence, my learned friend has established a link between yourself and the incident. Accordingly, you will tell the court everything you know about this disc now. As you wish. Though I'm quite sure it has nothing whatsoever to do with the pawnbroker's murder. Go on. Give me your testimony. The disc. Ah, I see. You're gonna directly go with that angle. Okay. There's a note on the disc saying, for McGilded, but the item belongs to me. The redemption ticket was stolen from me by the accused, that filthy gutterling, on the day in question. So, we're just gonna be like, can you identify, do you recognize this thumbprint? Hmm? I proceeded at once to the shop in order to explain my situation and redeem my ticket, my article. In the end, of course, the disc was taken by the police. In other words, I have absolutely no reason to break into the shop later that same night. But you do, you mentioned 2 discs. Did I hear you correctly, sir? McGilded, you say. The famous London philanthropist. Who perished in this very court 2 months ago, after being acquitted of a distinctly messy murder. Yes, my lord. The one and the same. Good lord! Mr. Graydon! Are you saying that Mr. McGilded and yourself were acquainted? That? Yes, that's correct. Order! Well, I certainly didn't expect to hear that name uttered here in my courtroom again. According to what Gina told us, this disc was placed in pawn on that fateful night 2 months ago. McGilded himself gave instructions to deposit it at Windibanks. It's funny that Mr. Graydon here is claiming the disc belongs to him now, then, isn't it? In all likelihood, he's lying. So he appeared that afternoon at Windibanks in order to get his hands on McGilded's disc for some reason. Counsel, you will commence your cross-examination, please. Let's go. The disc. There's a note on the disc saying for McGilded. Okay. There we go. Would you care to explain how this belongs to you? As you will observe, a communications officer such as myself commands a fine salary. You are certainly exquisitely dressed, sir. So you see, I have little need to make use of the services provided by the pawnbrokery trade. However, I did once find myself in difficulties having misplaced my purse whilst on an errand, which is why I pawned my fine black overcoat to the broker in question. You claimed that was your overcoat. Obviously. And in my haste, I clean forgot that the music box disc was in its pocket. And yet, there's a note on it that reads, for McGilded. I'm a collector of rare and unusual music box music. I first met Mr. McGilded at a gentleman's club in the city, and was interested to discover that he shared my penchant for that area. So, the disc in question. It's a pre-production sample. I promised to let Mr. McGilded hear it. But then you forgot it was in the pocket of the overcoat you were forced to pawn. Yes, exactly. Gina didn't mention any of that in the testimony 2 months ago, did she? No. Because McGilded had threatened her to keep her mouth shut. Which means that we would dig too deeply here. It's gonna expose Gina's perjury. Oh dear. This is complicated, isn't it? Let's leave it alone for the time being. Okay, we just need to prove that he is lying, but not, you know. We don't want to put like Gina under the spotlight too quickly in terms of this.
Hold it!
So you're saying that Miss Lestrade lifted the ticket from your pocket or bag? That's right. Despite being mindful of danger when walking in the insalubrious areas your kind frequent.
Objection.
Miss Lestrade did no such thing. Well, of course you would take that stance. But the girl is a regular offender. You came to the pawn brewery that day, prepared with all the information you needed to identify the defendant, but he probably ripped apart that thing already. You were looking for her, so I brought you to Windibanks. To get your hands on Mr. McGilded's disc.
Objection!
My Leonard friend is a veritable fount of nonsense. Nonsense? Because we can't prove that. I concur with the prosecution. Counsel, you will refrain from conjecturing in this way. Is that clear? Yes, my lord. Then I will continue with my testimony, for whatever use it can be.
Hold it!
Had you ever been to Windibanks before? Only once, for the purposes of pawning something. But, like many, I enjoy browsing in such establishments. So when you noticed that the pickpocket had your ticket, you chased after her, is that correct? Yes, that's right. I didn't notice at first, of course, such is the art of the pick purse. But when I did, I headed to the pawnbroker at once, in order to reclaim my coat before the thief could. I was merely trying to recover what was rightfully mine in the first place. He can say what he likes because he knows we have no evidence to contradict him on this. In the end, okay.
Hold it!
Yes. It was taken by Inspector Gregson here, wasn't it? That's right. This was the very man. Apparently the police are collecting anything that has a connection to Mr. McGilded as evidence.
Excuse me.
Sir? Is something wrong, Inspector? What do you mean? The last remark Mr. Graydon made in his testimony seemed to trouble you in some way. No, it didn't. It's nothing. Leave it alone. No, tell me. Let me ask you this, Inspector. Why is Scotland Yard gathering Mr. McGilded's possessions? I can't tell you something like that, Sunshine! What is it, Inspector? Investigative secrets. Yes, exactly. You should know all about that. Magnus McGilded, who died so unexpectedly after his trial 2 months ago. A man renowned throughout the capital for his great contributions to public life. Yet, he had a dark side too. Where are you going with this, Von Zieks? I suppose the police are dealing with the aftermath of this nefarious activities, are they? That's enough! Couples like me have duties to carry out that we're not at liberty to talk about. That's all you need to know. Duties conferred by Lord Strongheart, I presume. The Lord Chief Justice appears to have great faith in you, Inspector. Dots. The bottom line is, if you want to get more out of me, you're gonna need Lord Strongheart's paw prints first. I see. Dots. What's all this about? Like, this is, like, honestly, this is the first time that, like, Von Zieks was, like, that felt a little bit, hostile from Von Zieks' side, didn't it? Just a little bit. It's like there's something going on between Gregson and Lord Von Zeeks here. Well, it would appear that Inspector has revealed all he is at liberty to reveal. Mr. Gray... I need to stick back to the old man voice for the judge. Mr. Graydon, let us return to your testimony. Gladly, my lord. And
Hold it!
But perhaps we've seen something of value among the forfeited items. No, not at all. Oh. A valuer was brought in by the police to assess everything in the shop. Without exception. Every article on the shelves was common or garden bric-a-brac. In that case, it's clear. That you broke into the shop later that day in order to recover Mr. McGilden's disc, but he's gonna say, oh, you mean this? If I wanted to do that, wouldn't I have broken into Scotland Yard? Yeah. Have you not been listening, man? Even if I had wanted to recover the disc, you may recall that it had been seized by the police that afternoon. There was no more in the shop that night than I. As I keep saying, I had no reason to break in. Dots. But he said there were 2 discs. So there was nothing of McGilden's left in the shop that night. Nothing this man might have been after. Wait. No, but we can't prove that this is related to McGilden, right? Wait. There is a 2-day discrepancy, but like, Mr. Rennebeck appears to have used the back of this photograph to write out a redemption ticket. He's written it very neatly, but still, perhaps he ran out of paper, so had to use anything he had to hand. It's hard to know what's the front and what's the reverse side now. It was blood, the stain, like we suspected. That's right! Holly's wonderful concoction soon proved that. I don't suppose... Gina couldn't have been wearing leather gloves that night, could she? Dots. Gina would never wear gloves. She's a pickpocket. She relies on being able to feel with her fingertips. I could be wrong, but I think I'm being told off. Fair? Hey Tarzan, hope Happy New Year. Seema, hello, Happy New Year to you. I'm doing pretty good. I hope you're having a Happy New Year too. You know, I hope you're having a good couple days. Let me give you a little shouty shout out. Bum 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 bum.
Ah, el bombón asesino, sí. Bombón asesino. Para pa, 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 pa.
How's Ace Attorney so far? And what an amazing game. I played almost all the franchise. I have this game left. Hey! Hope you started your year well. I did. It's pretty good so far. It's pretty good so far. I'm eating a lot of food. Yeah, I'm just trying to get through this game as well. Because I want to play like more of the Ace Attorney games on stream. I wanted to play like Ace Attorney Investigations and like other games as well. Like I'm super excited. Yeah. I wonder if that's really true. Bruno, if you have some evidence, then let him have it. I'm dying to see that irritatingly shed expression of his crumble. Oh, the Mouse Saga? I love exactly. Yeah. No, because like I was super excited because we just like how when this release we finally got like an English localization for like the Gyakuten Saiban series, right? The 2 games. Just like how so we're finally getting like a proper official localization for the second game in the investigation series. You know, I got super excited for that. I was like, wait, we need this. Anyways, Miguel slipped the disc into his coat pocket and handed deposited it on Winamix. And what I really like about like the I guess like the remaster of it is that like it still retains the sprite work, but like when it does like the remastered sprites, it's not like the ugly little like blur filter thing they put in sprites. So you can either have like your crispy sprite or like just entirely new hand-drawn animations. And I'm like, yo, because when I saw the trailer for that, the hand-drawn animations actually look really good. I'm like, yo, that's actually, they put effort into that and not just like use like a blur filter to make it look HD or like smudgy or whatever, you know? Like I feel like, I don't know, I feel like maybe I'm a minority in this, but it's like when I play like the Mega Man Battle Network collections, right? You can still play with the sprites, or they have a slider. They have like the HD look where they smudge up the sprites to like make it look technically look better. Like I don't know. It's like I get like if you make it small enough, it does look like smoother. But it's like when I want to see sprites, I want to see the pixels. I want to see like, you know. If it's pixel sprites, I want to see like the edges, you know? I don't want it to be all blended. But that's just my own personal gripe. Okay, I'm saying a lot. Hang on. I need to run to the bathroom really quickly. I'll be right back. So you're gonna look at Iris staring at us. I'll be right back. Give me a second. I have hired that Iris to stare at y'all. Ah, okay. Bum, 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 bum. Hang on, let me just like move to the right a little bit. There we go. There is, and bring more water. But see, Mom, more water is the reason why I need to run to the bathroom. Anyways, then when he realized he was going to be arrested on suspicion of the omnibus murder, he threatened Gina and forced her to take the redemption ticket. There's no doubt about it. That witness is lying through his pearly white teeth. Wow, quite. The police were obviously after anything left behind by McGilded as well. That's why Inspector Gregson ended up taking the disc into custody that day. But Gregson is being very strange about all this. There must be a reason for that, I'm sure. I just don't know what it is. For now, I need to focus on exposing the fact that Mr. Graydon is lying in his testimony. Bum, 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 bum. Actually, now we have both pictures. I could have another go at viewing them as stereoscopic. Oh, can we get this information and then like make the connection that these were probably like written for the same people? I don't know. Maybe, perhaps. She was looking at her, so she was. So I need to cross my eyes and try to get the two cats merged into the middle as one. It's such a hard thing to do. Whoever thought of this in the first place must have spent a long time staring. What a cutie kitty, right? Okay, I don't think I'll be able to do that because like he doesn't keep like names or anything. Iris is all-knowing. I know, right? When you look into Iris, you're looking into the all-seeing eye. When you look into Iris, you are the pupil. Yes. Yes. But we could definitively say that this belongs to McGilded, right? So Noting when she was found unconscious, there were signs of a single discharge. Wait, what if I look at the other? I don't know if you can bring the cat into court, but for such a parrot, but for sure a parrot entered the court and was like, yeah, exactly, the parrot cross-examination. My God, that was something. So this is the second of the two photographic prints of the cat, and it really does look like Wagahai. It looks exactly the same as the first photograph in the first glance. I suppose that's what's so compelling. Actually, now we have both pictures. I can have another go at viewing them as a stereoscopic image. It was hilarious, right? So I need to cross my eyes and try to get to the blah blah. The same thing. It was great. Same in the future when you have to cross-examine a Will or Dolphin. Yeah, I remember that. Hmm. How's this case so far? I'm just trying to figure out which thing I want to pierce through. Like, the redemption ticket wasn't his, you know? Like, but what we want to prove is that he had a reason to go into the shop that night. That's what we want to prove, you know? So I'm trying to figure that one out. Like, it's going better this time so far. That one's 10:30. This one's 9 p.m. But specifically of McGildens. Like, we don't want to drag... We don't want to, like, immediately, like, tell everyone that Gino, you know, committed perjury. But still... Because the thing is that we need to prove that, like, this is definitely like a small box, right? Like, this is definitely a like a music box, right? But then as right now, like, it has no like nothing to do with like this case. Like right now, so we just need to prove that there's another. There has to be a reason why you would go there again at night. We checked the blood already. Okay, again, nothing on here. I mean, okay, we can't... We don't have anything else that belongs to McGilded. Right? So, let me think. I gotta look. Okay, Plum, enjoy your lurk. I feel like we have to do this one.
Objection.
Damn it. Yes, we're out here indeed. Your behavior council. Damn it. Like, there needs to be a good reason, right? So... Oh look, there's a hole here in the back. It doesn't look much like a bullet hole, but clearly something's ripped through the letter with great force. Something must have pierced it somehow to have left this hole behind. Yes, it looks that way. And Mr. Sholmes and his pouch both took a beat. Mr. Sholmes and his pouch both took a beating, didn't they? Same thing, okay. It's really scorched badly just here. Yes. The strap is broken. Ripped apart by the bullet, obviously. Let me see. These glass vials are full of Hurley's homemade potions. Homemade? Yes, like fingerprint powder to show up where people have touched things. And scent amplifying solution to intensify a smell lingering on an object. That's... honestly, yeah, that's pretty amazing. They're all very easy to use. There's just one thing that you have to be careful of. They're all very flammable. I see, that's why. Mr. Sholmes is a walking bomb. Either he's passionate about finding out the truth or just oblivious to the dangers. I'm trying to remember something. Whether or not like the sequence of events, like we got okay. Like did we get this at no. We couldn't have gotten this one at Windibanks first, right? Like we got this from we got this one from Gina first, right? And then we got because we turned in the ticket, right? And this was not turned in. This was found in the pockets, right? And absolutely no reason to break into the shop later that night, but what about this redemption ticket? Right?
Objection!
Damn it! Are you kidding me? Do I need to keep pressing for shit? Like, what the fuck? Oh my god. I'm really getting like there's no quarter. This bullshit. God damn it.
Hold it!
I'll press again. God damn it. Nuts. That's the thing though, I don't have any like clear proper evidence.
Hold it! Hold it!
Is that right?
Excuse me!
And it's the same thing as before. Like, can I not add anything to like... It's the same thing, okay. What can I do? Like, what evidence can I use? Okay, no article.
Hold it!
Okay, leave it alone for the time being. Fair enough. Hmm. Hmm. Like, what else? Like, we need the reason. Like, he's obviously there to grab, like, the second disc. Right? But I... But I can't just say, like, oh, you're there for the second disc because you talked about it. You know? Like... Hmm. Like, okay, we know that this ticket, like, it's not this ticket, it has probably this ticket, right? Like, because both of them have the same photograph. This one was also found in the coat, you know? So it's like,
Objection!
there we go. Damn it, stupid logic. Like, damn it. So it's literally basically like, if you have like, we're trying to prove that there was another item that he could have gotten, that he wanted to get. Damn it. Fine. This disc was deposited at Windibank's on Magnus Megildit's instructions. You knew that, and you went there with the intention of obtaining it for yourself.
Objection!
Conjecture again! And in any case, the disc was taken into custody by the police that afternoon. The witness had no reason to visit the pawnbroker again that night.
Objection!
Sorry, my learned friend, but that's not true, okay? God, this is frustrating. What? Mr. McGilded had another article in Pawn at Windibank's. Like, motherfucker. Like, yes. Like, I wish it just properly said, like, it properly, like, put, like, oh, this is given to us by Gina because it was found in the fucking jacket. Never mind. As this second pawnbroker ticket proves, like, how does it fucking prove it? The fucking image? Ugh. There were 2 articles belonging to Mr. McGilded and Windibank's pawnbrokery. And the reason he broke into the shop that night was to recover the second one. Together with your 2 accomplices, the Skulkin brothers. This is the second ticket, is it? What had the man deposited? The article description reads one small box. A rather vague description, it seems to me. Are you suggesting that I broke into the pawnbroker with these 2 clowns in order to steal some trinket box? No, I assume you broke in there to, like, get a music box specifically for this disc. But, like... fucking damn it. I believe there are adequate grounds to suspect that you did. This is absurd! Why on earth would I do such a thing? Once the article had been forfeited, I could simply walk into the shop and purchase it. There would be absolutely no need for me to resort to theft. That's a good point. That's a good point, right? Indeed. The witness makes a solid argument. That means that for some reason, this Graydon fella needed the small box that very night, does it?
Objection!
It's time to put an end to this nonsense, my lord. Could you be a little less cryptic, Lord Von Zeeks? I do hate to ruin my learned friend's argument, but the truth is quite incontrovertible. On the night in question, no small box was taken from Windibanks' pawnbrokery. And rest assured, the prosecution can prove it. What? No, like I hate the fact that it's like this, because like, it's this ticket that was the thing. But I guess like it makes some sense because it's like we need to prove that there was another thing that he could have wanted. And since we don't have the box, this is the next best thing. But that, oh God, that pisses me off so much. Like it's such a leap in logic though. Like it's such a leap in logic. Like anyone would be like, oh, where did you find that? Oh, the person gave it to you? Well, you can't prove that it's actually belongs to Mr. like McGilded. You know, you can't prove that. Right? God, okay. Good gracious! Inspector! Show the photographic prints to the court, if you please. You can't prove 100%. Sometimes it makes you think outside the box. It's not even thinking outside the box. This is jumping the shark. Like, it's less logical than like the spirit medium shit. It's... damn it. I can't believe I got 2 mistakes from that nonsense. That's fucking ridiculous. It's so fucking stupid. I almost want to get those 2, like, things back. That's bullshit. That's so bullshit. What the fuck? Anyways, God, it's getting so stupid. Anyways. Yes, sir! What prints? It only has one way to make it work. That's unfortunate, right? These prints were taken from one of the detective's security cameras. Ah, Hurley's red-handed recorders again. As previously explained using this plan of the shop layout, the victim's establishment was furnished with automatic cameras in 2 locations. One was set to capture the counter where Mr. Windibank received his customers, and the other was set to capture the shelves in which articles were placed for sale once forfeited. In some Ace Attorney, you have at least 2 ways to continue the game, but it always has one way to make rock. Yeah, exactly. But like, it makes it like very obvious, you know? Where it's like in the description itself, like, you know, you have to look at it, the description changes and whatnot. Like issued from a pawnbroker owned by the victim, Mr. Windibank, given to Miss like Magnus McGilded. If it had that description, it would have been much clearer, right? Because we wanted to be like, oh, what thing of McGilded's could he possibly have wanted aside from the disc? The fucking box. But it's like, I guess because like this doesn't explicitly set that, you know, it was like under like McGilded's orders that Gina went and like deposited the code or whatever, but still. According to the information on this ticket, McGilded's small box had been forfeited already. 2 days before the incident, at 9 PM on 13th April to be precise. Which means it would have been on the shelves of forfeited items in the shop front. Now, what I have here is a print taken by one of the cameras about 2 hours before the incident. That's at 11 PM on 15th April. Thank you, we finally get the second photograph that night. The victim certainly had a very full shop, it would appear. And then here we have another print. This one was taken about 2 hours after the incident. Oh, because there's no change, right? Can I get these 2 photos, please? I see. So we have 2 pictures to compare. Though I must say, placing them side by side leaves me cold. So we gotta cross our eyes again, huh? Okay. Like, just visually, there aren't any changes. Oh, no, there is a change right here. This shifted. It shifted. We can prove it now. Dear me. That's starting to make my head ache. Obviously, at Scotland Yard, we considered theft as one possible motive in this case. We explored the possibility that something had been taken in addition to the victim's life. So your men had already compared these 2 prints thoroughly, Inspector. Not thoroughly enough. I'm getting those 2 chances back. Yes, sir. We counted every single item in these 2 photographic prints. And the conclusion is that exactly the same number are present in both. In other words, nothing was taken from the pawnbrokery on the night in question. And my learned friend's assertion is nothing more than a hopeful fantasy. I think it's more of a metaphor than a fantasy. I don't believe it. If I could have just shown that he'd stolen McGillicud's pawn box, I might have been able to break him down at last. You know what, Bruno? I've been thinking. I wonder if these 2 photographs really are exactly the same. Let's use the stereoscope. What? So, counsel, in light of the evidence put forth by the prosecution, what is your position? I'm saying it's full of shit. It's full of shit. It seems that, in fact, on the night in question, nothing was stolen from the victim's establishment. Yeah, nothing was stolen, but something was definitely used and, like, pushed. Do you accept the prosecution's assertion? I don't know. Could there be something hidden description in this? Point out a discrepancy. Dots. Right here. See how there's a little shift? It means that this was moved or this was used in between these 2 times. I wasn't sure at first, but there's a clear discrepancy between these 2 prints. What? You must identify the location in question for the court, counsel. Indicate the precise location of the discrepancies of which you speak.
Take that!
Granted, these 2 prints are almost identical. I'm very motivated now because I lost 2. I got penalized twice for nonsense. No more. However, there is one minor discrepancy between them. What? When you view the 2 pictures stereoscopically, you see that this box stands out like a sore fucking thumb, my lord. A single area stands out as being different. The location of this small box. Oh my god, Von Zeeks. You know what? You know what? I'm gonna accept those 2 points because we get to see this properly now. Man is not gonna cross his eyes. He's gonna pull out his little trinket to do it. Let me wait. Unbelievable. By Jove, you're right. How extraordinary. What this tells us is very simple. Mr. McGilder's small box was indeed not stolen from Winbanks on the night in question. However, there can be no doubt that somebody picked up this particular box and then returned it to its place on the shelves. Are you suggesting that the small box originally deposited by Mr. McGilder is in fact? Yes, the very same small box I just identified in those photographic prints.
Objection!
Mindless guesswork. What if it was? So a box was moved on the shelf. Nothing was stolen. Which means quite simply that nothing has changed. That may be true, but alright. McGilder's box wasn't stolen then. But doesn't the fact that it was moved like that change things? It changes everything. Because here's the thing, right? Gina and Mr. Winbanks were locked behind, right? In the storage room. The Skulkin brothers claim that the only thing that they moved were the things on the desk. So who in the motherfuck was the one that moved the box? It changes everything. I believe this changes everything about the case. How can that possibly be? The crucial point is the fact that what was moved was a small box. In other words, we have to consider what might have been inside that box. Also that too. What are you suggesting? That there is a second disc in there. There's another article in there that Magnus McGilder left. And that may be something might have been stolen from that box. That is in the possession of Graydon. Thoughts. I'm suggesting that we need to examine that box as soon as possible. A vital piece of evidence is sitting on the shelves at Winbanks as we speak.
Objection!
That won't be necessary. Some small box belonging to a man who died 2 months ago can't possibly be relevant to this trial. Yes, it can. And I feel like this is where we have to, like, let the court know that Gina lied in the trial 2 months ago. Judge, let's go! The court does not uphold your objection, Lord Von Zeeks. Bailiff, arrange for an officer to go to Baker Street at once. Obtain the small box in question and bring it back here for further examination. Let's go. Mano a mano, my learned friend. We should have a report within half an hour. I think perhaps we should recess for a short while until the evidence is brought forth. To be hoodwinked by such a farce. Disappointing. I beg your pardon, Lord Von Zeeks. This is nothing but a smokescreen. An Ipani's speciality, it would seem. I'm not a ninja, but still. What are you trying to say? My learned friend has persisted with the same line of reasoning from the very beginning. That this witness's intent was to steal an article belonging to Mr. McGilded from the pawnbrokery. Yet common sense tells us that none of the articles have value enough to be worth stealing in the first place. Exactly. It would be beyond absurd to break into a place for the purposes of stealing such commonplace property. So we gotta prove it then. If your lordship recalls, Mr. McGilded perished 2 months ago, immediately after the conclusion of his trial. A trial in which he was found not guilty. A trial in which it was established he was an upstanding member of society. His reputation implied, in fact. So I propose a toast to my learned friend and his most insightful defense. The articles this upstanding member of society pawned were entirely ordinary. A black overcoat that just so happened to have a music box disc in one of its pockets, and a small box. I assure you, I wouldn't accept even if the man tried to make a gift of such things to me. You know, that does make rather lots of sense. It's not as if it was gold or jewels, was it, is it? Though goodness knows Mr. McGills was rich enough. We can't deposit cash at a pawnbroker, I'm quite sure of it. Okay, so Gina, I'm sorry, we gotta tell them about what happened. The prosecution's argument is undeniably compelling. It is incumbent on the defense now to bolster its argument. There we go! To explain what possible significance these commonplace articles pawned by this fine citizen could have. Well, counsel, is your argument in fact demonstrable? Are you able to show proof that the disc or the box are in any tangible way related to this case? Not directly. It's all like kind of circumstantial. Is that these items were involved with the murder of Mason, right? That's one thing. The coat had blood splattered all over it, right? And like I can't make the leap that it's because of the secrets, right? The government secrets. So dots. What's the matter, Runo? We know what we know that they're related, don't we? They're both vital pieces of evidence. Yeah, because like at the night in question... Yes, of course. You and I both know that. Like, we have to throw Gina under the bus for the thing that happened 2 months ago. We know McGilded's true character, and we know the disc is significant, even if we don't know why. But if we explain all of that to the court at this point, we'll have to acknowledge that McGilded's acquittal 2 months ago was a mistake. It is. The defense's argument was flawed, based on false information. Oh no! And that will mean admitting that Gina committed perjury. But Ginny! Could it be that Von Zieks knows? He definitely knows. Is that why he's doing this now? Because he anticipated everything. But maybe... this could be a great opportunity for us. Sorry, what do you mean, Iris? Well, what is it that you always say, Bruno? Sooner or later, the truth comes out. Every time. Even if it, like, makes my reputation go down, I have... you know, we need to be steadfast to the truth, right? We gotta do this. Alright. The exact significance of the things that that Megilda deposited with Mr. Winnebank. Wait. It's most likely the stab wound to the abdomen is what we need for this. It's something that only Gina can explain to the court. But I put her on the stand to testify about that. It could critically damage our chances of winning this case. We gotta do it, Ryunosuke. It's the right thing to do here. We need to have Gina testify. We have to. My lord, the defense would like to make a proposal, because if we don't, and we continue with this, right, then we lose, you know, even when we get the evidence, it won't change anything. Like, it's basically like, what's the significance of, like, these items to, like, this case, and why would he want to grab these items? You know, and we need Gina to testify. Oh? What proposal, counsel? While the court awaits the arrival of Mr. Megilda's small box, I would like to call the defendant, Miss Gina Lestrade, to the witness stand. The defendant? To what end? It's to do with the various articles deposited at Winnebank's by Mr. Megilda, my lord. Miss Lestrade has information relating to them. I believe it would be beneficial for the court to hear what she has to say. It will prove the significance of the articles in question, once and for all. Well, well, things are becoming interesting. I presume you've considered the implications of the testimony you're proposing. In particular, the impact it will have on the accused standing, and indeed your own. Dots. I have. Lord Von Zieks, would you care to explain that last statement? Are you winning any wine glasses toss? There was one. I lost. I got penalized twice because of nonsense, but you know what? We managed to get through. The prosecution accepts the defense's proposal. I move to interrupt the cross-examination of the current witness and hear from the accused herself. Dots. Very well. If you have no objection. So, the court will now hear the testimony of the defendant, Miss Gina Lestrade. You witnesses currently in the stand may step down until further notice. You have no hat. You shouldn't do that. Then I shall bid you a good day. No! Step down. Don't leave the court. Wait. You, sir, to remain in the stand while Miss Lestrade testifies. As you wish. Alright then, Gina. It's time. I know that this will be hard, but please, put your faith in me here. Good luck, Bruno. Dots. The articles that Mr. Megilda had deposited in Winnebank's pawnbrokery are intimately related with the omnibus case, the trial of which was heard in this courtroom 2 months ago. Yes. And I remember this young lady being brought before me in that trial as well. That's right, my lord. Her testimony helped to establish the innocence of the defendant, Mr. Megilda. The omnibus case was intriguing, to say the least. And now here we all are again. The same players in the trial, facing each other once more. A twist of fate, perhaps, my Nipponese friend. Allow me to recap the events of 2 months ago. An old brickmaker was stabbed to death in an omnibus running along London's winter streets. Apart from the victim, there was only one other person in the carriage, Mr. McGilden. Naturally, he was the prime suspect for the murder. But as the trial progressed, another possibility emerged. That the murder in fact took place above the defendant's head on the roof deck, with the body then being dropped through the skylight into the carriage below. It was Miss Lestrade whose testimony brought that possibility to light. At the time of the incident, Miss Lestrade was concealed under a seat in the carriage, hoping to pick the pockets of unsuspecting passengers. Then, immediately after the trial, having been being acquitted of the murder, Mr. McGilden died in this very courtroom in the most extraordinary of circumstances. A mystery that remains unsolved even now, 2 months on. As indeed does the omnibus murder itself. Be that as it may, I recall neither the disc nor the small box being mentioned in the course of these proceedings. Miss Lestrade. Dots. Could you tell the court now, please? What really happened in the omnibus 2 months ago, I mean? I don't know what you mean. I already said all of what I know. Then what about everything you told us yesterday from inside your prison cell? Please, Miss Lestrade. This is extremely important. But... remember, little girl. If it transpires that he willfully withheld information in the trial 2 months ago, the Home Office will seek to prosecute you for perjury. And naturally, he will lose all credibility as a witness. Although, let's face facts, you have little credibility to lose. Dots. Ginny, don't listen to him! Please, you have to trust Bruno now! Iris, we're on your side! Alright then. I'll talk. It's the right choice, Gina. Well, it would seem that my learned friend is hell bent on bringing the entire courtroom down about his ears. So be it. I must confess that I'm struggling to understand what on earth is happening here. However, it would appear that Mr. McGilden's pawn articles, in that extraordinary case of the omnibus, harbor secrets of which we have been hitherto unaware. Dots. So, Miss Lestrade, you will now give your testimony before the court about the events of 2 months ago. I don't think there's going to be cross-examinations, right? You will reveal the truth, a commodity sorely lacking in your original statements. This is it then. Everything's going to come out. Like Von Zeke said. This could bring the whole courtroom down about my ears. But as a lawyer, I'm prepared to take that risk. The real truth of the omnibus case. Truth is, that Brickmaker Cove was in the cabin of the omnibus the whole time. When the Irishman dragged me out from under the seat, I saw that disc on the floor. And all of a sudden, I heard a scream from over my head. And that pair of Apparently the roof deck went off to call the slops. That's when Megilda slipped the driver some tin to do a run to the pawn shop roundabout. It then threatened me not to snitch, not to say nothing to no one about what I seen or heard. Good grief. This is outrageous! What you've just told the court bears almost no resemblance to your testimony 2 months ago. As you say, my lord. Then there's every chance I may have adjudicated an error in Mr. Megilda's trial. It sounds very much to me as if the man deliberately deceived this court in an effort to cover up the most wicked of schemes. Without doubt, your lordship is correct. A great injustice was done in this courtroom 2 months ago. The actions of the accused in that trial, of this witness, and of my learned friend are entirely inexcusable. I don't believe it! The whole trial was a farce. It was all lies. The Megilda fellow was rotten to the core, just like that pickpocket. Don't forget that lawyer from the east. They were all on it together. You're wrong, the lawyer, Mr. Naruto, the lawyer there. They didn't even know nothing about it. Humbug. I don't think so. I really expected to believe that. He really stitched up everyone up, didn't he? What an operation to get a man off scot-free. Unforgivable. Stop. The lies have to stop. Stop. Yes. The defense made a terrible error of judgment. I intend to take full responsibility and suffer whatever consequence they deem appropriate. However, it's imperative that the court allows the witness to elaborate on her testimony. Because the true significance of Megilda's pawn articles must be brought to light. Notes. Very well, my learned student friend. Given the depths of calamity you have just plunged yourself into, this may well be worth hearing. Oh? Are we gonna make him change his mind or something? Are we gonna prove that we deserve to stand here in these hollowed halls, getting tossed by your hollowed chalice? Words failed me. This situation is utterly deplorable. Mr. Naruto! Yes, my lord. I will decide upon your fate following the conclusion of this trial. Of course, my lord. Blimey, Mr. Naruto. Now, counsel. Proceed with the cross-examination. Okay, I guess we're still cross-examining. Alrighty. We will press on everything.
Hold it!
Because we're gonna press and then he's gonna react to it, isn't he? And you were hiding in the cabinet at the time as well, weren't you, Miss Lestrade? If I remember rightly, in the storage compartment underneath one of the seats. Yeah, that's right. It's pitch black under there, so you can't see nothing at all. Oh, look at these two. They're talking, they're discussing, they're colluding. What are you two talking about, whispering about in this courtroom? Interesting. Now, in your testimony 2 months ago, I feel certain that you claim Mr. Megilda was the sole passenger, did you not? False testimony, my lord. That's what he told me to say. I had to say. But it's important that you tell us the truth now. Were Mr. Megilda and the victim acquaintances? I don't know. But I did hear him talking a lot. What were they talking about? Well, I couldn't hear too well, but I had to say, I think it was about money or something. They kept talking about buying and not buying. Perhaps business dealings of some kind. Well, anyway, it got louder and louder, and it started to sound like a proper fight. I was pretty scared by then. I only dared to breathe, and then, all of a sudden, I heard a noise like someone keeling over on the floor. It was blooming loud and all. And I believe you let out an involuntary scream. Yeah. That's what gave me away.
Hold it!
Was the disc you saw on this disc? Yeah, I reckon it probably was. I was right next to the cove lying on the floor. Could this disc have belonged to the victim, perhaps? I don't know. But Eggert picked it up pretty smartish. And then he sat the cove with the knife up his belly up on the seat. What did he say to you at the time? He told me not to say a word about what I seen or to no one. About the disc and all. I was dead scared. The way he was looking at me. I thought, if I didn't go along with it, I'd get stuck with that knife too. Then he started asking me a load of questions. Like what my name was and where I lived and that. He asked me about being a diver too. But after a while, what had happened in the carriage was noticed. Yeah, that's right. First there was a kind of rapping noise.
Hold it!
There were two gentlemen occupying the seats on the roof deck, I believe. That's right. Oh yeah, these two gents. They must have looked down through the skylight and noticed the cove with the knife in his guts. Then they screamed. The driver pulled up the horses and Eggert got me out of sight. Out of sight? Where? Back under the seat where I started off. Once the carriage came to an halt, the tea coats on the roof ran off to fetch the slops. If they immediately went to fetch the police, it would appear they were entirely unrelated to the incident. So they'll have Eggert, the driver, and you still at the scene. Yeah, only the driver didn't know I was there because I was under the seat. I had the cabin door open, and a voice from outside. The driver, yes. He also testified in the trial, I believe. Oh, this dude, yeah. Beepo! A fellow who went by the name of Beepo, if memory serves. It's been a while. It's actually been a while, so I wouldn't know. I don't remember actively. What did Eggert and the driver say to each other? I don't know what happened, and stuff like that mainly.
Hold it!
And pawn shop obviously being Windenbanks on Baker Street. Just a moment, counsel. Do you mean to tell me the driver gave false testimony in that trial as well? Yep. Perhaps the excursion to the pawnbrokery slipped his mind when he was in the stand. Indeed, Lord Von Zeeks. Eggert took off his coat and gave it to the driver. He folded it up all careful-like before ending it over. When I saw him do that, I remember thinking, that coat and what's in it's gotta be worth a few bob. Yes. Gina was sure the disc must be worth more than Mr. Windenbanks was suggesting, wasn't she? I remember her quibbling with him over the price that afternoon at this pawnbrokery. The driver looked pretty happy when Eggert flashed some brass in his face. He went running off at a lick. Then the bog trotter called to me and told me to come out from the drag's cabin. He threatened me not to snitch, not to say nothing to no one about what I seen or heard.
Hold it!
Here I knew how exactly. Told me I'd only be able to scrap her if I did exactly what he said. Which included giving false testimony in court 2 months ago. Yeah, that's it. And there was one other thing he said. Which was... He told me I had to hang on to the ticket from the pawn shop and make sure not to lose it. The ticket? Well, I never. Said that if he didn't show up to get the ticket off me before 2 months passed, I had to go to the pawn shop and pay the money to keep it in lug. Stop it being forfeited. He left me with some brass to pay for it, but the fact that he wants it to be, like, continue to be kept in a pawnbrokery and not just be redeemed, right, means that, you know, there's some significance to it beyond the monetary price of it. But really, why on earth would Mr. Eggert have done such a thing? Depositing his overcoat with a pawnbroker before the arrival of the police. It makes no sense at all. There would seem to be only one logical explanation, my lord. That he didn't want it to end up... He didn't want those articles to end up with the police because there's some value of it that is not ascertained by its monetary value. Which means that I can conclude, I can make a very shaky connection that these items that were present at the scene of the crime were of value. Maybe not monetarily, but of paramount value. What Eggert had the driver deposit at Winnebanks was something he didn't want the police to see. Something very important that he needed to hide at all costs. Anyway, after that, he let me go. So I liked it before the couple showed up. Well done, Gino. It can't have been easy to tell the truth like that, but I don't think we're meant to like point out any contradictions, right? I don't think. Gina's really put her faith in you, Bruno. Yes. And to thank her, she'll have to face a charge of perjury once this trial's over. So I need to use the time we have now to get as much information out of her as possible. We did. It's time to really go for it. Press on every statement. I did. I suppose I should. Oh, and another thing. What's that? Take a look at those two. Isn't it strange that they've been whispering to each other the entire time? That's what I've been saying. They're colluding. Yes, that is strange. It looks like they're having a secret discussion about something. I'm not sure I'm completely comfortable with that. I wonder if there's anything I can do about it.
Hold it!
Okay, what else can I do?
Hold it! Hold it!
Let's carry on.
Hold it!
Like, what I could do is I could press on them, right? Just being like, why are you having a conversation?
Excuse me.
Is there something you'd like to share with the court? Inspector Gretzky and Mr. Graydon, there we go! Dots. Inspector! Mr. Graydon! What? Something to share with the class? What are you busy, like, talking about? There we go, because there's nothing else we can do. We have to just, like, do that. Yeah. Blimey, you're trying to give me a heart attack? You've been whispering to each other for quite some time now. Tell us, what is the discussion about? Please, tell the rest of the court what is happening. Discussion with this fella. Pull the other one, sunshine. He ain't got anything to talk about with a shady gent like this. And I have nothing to say to this uncouth detective after he deprived me of that disc that was rightfully mine. Ah, you two have not been listening, have you? But they've clearly been talking the entire time I've been cross-examining Gina. It's as if they've been negotiating. Von Zeeks, come on. You saw... Come on, you saw that nonsense, please. There we go. Thank you, Miss Lestrade. Thank you, Counsel. I've heard enough. I believe we now have a reasonable understanding of what actually transpired on the omnibus. It would appear on that night 2 months ago, a negotiation was taking place on the omnibus. A negotiation concerning this disc. However, matters did not run smoothly. When the parties involved began to quarrel over price, McGilda took what he wanted by force, at the expense of the other man's life. Which proves my point. The disc is clearly extremely valuable in some way, although I don't understand why as yet. And 2 days ago, precisely 2 months after the omnibus incident, McGilda's coat and its contents were due to be forfeited. I don't know what I do with the ticket. I mean, the Cove died right after its trial. I knew that. Cove. So you decided you would try to claim the articles as your own. Well, why not, eh? You're only gonna be forfeited. Why shouldn't I have gotten? Anyway, I can't blame for thinking about it. Thinking ain't no crime. Mr. Strawn, it would appear Mr. McGildet was prepared to kill in order to take possession of this disc. Do you know why that would be? I ain't got a clue. But I reckon it must be worth a fair bit of brass. It's probably gonna sell it. And you can't blame me for thinking that. Thinking ain't no crime. My lord, you brought the box, thank you. That was 30 minutes, okay. The evidence, your lordship, requested has been located and is ready for the court's inspection, sir. Let's go. A mysterious little box, deposited by McGilda 2 months ago. There's no doubt in my mind that it's a key piece in this far-reaching puzzle. To be okay, so there is a part 5. Alright. Okay then. We're going in with only 3 penalties left. Save progress. Let's keep going. Sorry, part 4. Part 4, not part 5. There we go. There we go. Look at that. So this is the article in question, is it? A small box deposited by the pawnbroker by Mr. McGildet 2 months ago. And on the night of Mr. Winnebank's murder, the only item on the shelves that was touched by whoever broke into the shop. Quick, let's open it and see what's inside. Good gracious. There's no ordinary box, it seems. Penalties in a dream. 3 penalties in a dream, literally. Wow. Although in truth, I had an inkling that might be the case. Ha, literally. It would appear that the box houses a miniature music box movement. Dots. Then, is it too much to expect? I think it would be reasonable to assume that it is a device for the playback of this disc, my lord. Probably. Shall we play it? So here we have the means to play back Mr. McGilded's disc, deposited at Winterbanks at much the same time. Not strictly correct, my lord. It was not McGilded's disc, it was Mason's. It was the disc of his victim in the omnibus. Why? For heaven's sake. Are we to understand that the brickmaker was trying to sell this music box disc to Mr. McGilded? Dots. I believe the answer would be clear if we listened to the music on the disc, my lord. Yes, very well. Let the court now listen to this curious disc at last. Oh? Wait, my lord! Good grief! What is the meaning of this, Inspector? The music box and the disc are, well, they're unrelated to the case. No need to spoil some atmosphere in the courtroom. Some silly bit of music.
Objection!
What the hell are you talking about? This disc may very well have motivated the culprit in this case to commit murder. Clearly, there's every chance that it's fundamentally important to understand what's happening. The prosecution has no objection. But no! That piece of evidence police property now, you can't. Clearly, Scotland Yard has some vested interests here. But it is policy of this prosecutor to leave no avenues unexplored. And you, Inspector, have no jurisdiction here to prevent that from happening. Gah! No further delays, please. Play the disc. Wait, let's see. It's not a tune. It's almost like Morse code, but like, huh. What on earth? That's certainly not what I would call music. No. It's just the same note playing over and over again in an irregular sequence. Can we act like... Mr. Graydon. This really is priceless. After all of that, the music box is broken. Morse code, maybe. Broken? It can't be, can it? Well, obviously. In fact, I wouldn't be surprised if the officer had to send to fetch it, didn't drop it on the way back to the courtroom. Well, with much regret, I feel the court must accept that this music box offers little in the way of clues. Let me examine it. I want to examine it fully. Are we sure this box only opens from up top? This is a pretty thick-ass box, right? Dots. Are you ready to move on, counsel? Come on. Yes, alright. It does sound as though it's completely broken, but... is it? Could his music emanating from the music box possibly even be a new clue? It could be a clue, it has to be. I believe that it could be relevant, my lord. Good lord, but how can it be? It's an abomination, counsel. Mere noise. I fail to see how it could have any meaning whatsoever. It does sound strange, I agree. There's one thing bothering me. A great instance are chuckling victoriously. The inspector beside him has a rather telling expression on his face, like he doesn't want something to be revealed. It's as if Gregson recognizes the sound, as if he's familiar with it somehow. And that's making him appear extremely on edge. If that's the stance of the defense, my Nip and his friend, answer me this. Oh. Just what relevance do you propose this woeful chiming has in this case? I mean, we know certain things of the case, right? Being that Gregson is, like I mentioned before, Gregson is here, but then he had a priority case with the Supreme Court with Lord Strongheart to get stuff from McGilden, everything from McGilden, right? And the fact that Gregson was like so adamant about like not having this be revealed, right? And then there's this piece of evidence that's in our court record, which is today's fucking paper, which is aside from like, you know, talking about the death, right? The murder, contains an article about government secrets being leaked to foreign agencies, right? And since we do have a person who uses Morse code here because she works as a communications officer, and there's a communications officer here when he was whispering and colluding with Gregson, it backs it, you know, brings to light that this is probably like a music box disc that has Morse code on it, right? And it's actually information, right? And which is precisely why this specific disc was not able to be played with any of the music boxes that Chom's has. And can only be played in this specific box, maybe. Dots. Do I present the newspaper? It's the defense's belief that the sound emanating from this music box is not supposed to be music. Just because this is a music box, it doesn't necessarily mean the sounds we're hearing are music. Look at that. The smile vanished from Graydon's lips as soon as I said it. I'm on the right lines here. I must be. Making deductions based on how people react to what you say. You're acting just like Harley, Reno. Exactly. I am now become Herlock Sholmes.
Objection!
The sounds we're hearing aren't necessarily music. Well, now that you've told us what they are not, I'm sure the court would like to hear what they are. Do enlighten us, my Nipponese friend. Well, surely you have an idea in mind, because if not, it will be the death of your ill-formed argument. Exactly. The music box is clearly broken, refusing to accept that it's pure foolishness. They've got me. I don't know what the answer is, yet it's Morse code, damn it! Runo. I've just examined the music box very thoroughly. And I'm fairly certain that it's not broken at all. Really? Really. The way it's been made, it can only produce a single note anyway. Thank you, Iris. Can I take a look at it? Alright. Well, the music box isn't broken. And it must mean that the sound it's producing have some significance that isn't musical. Dots. Ah, Morse code! Could it be? Is that what these sounds are? Something has just struck me, Bruno. I feel like recently, in the past few hours even, I've heard another sound very much like the one this music box makes. Dots. Yes, it's a familiar sound. Actually, Iris, I was just thinking exactly the same thing. I'm going to have to press the defense for an answer. If your assertions is that the sound produced by this music box is not in fact music at all, then what the devil is it, counsel? All the evidence we've seen so far, all the testimony we've heard, That's all I'm pointing to one single answer now. The prosecution demands that my learned Nipponese friend presents proof now. Tangible proof of this latest wild speculation. Dots. Alright then. This could be the best chance I'm going to get to fight back in this trial. And if I'm right, it's going to connect to join all the dots together. But how can I possibly do like Morse code? Like, where is it? Bum 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 bum. I feel like I have to do like the newspaper then. It's a government secrets in the form of Morse code. Right? You know what? I'm gonna say, you know what? I'm gonna take back like at least one chance. Because the communications are in Morse code. Right?
Take that!
There we go! Fuck yeah! Today's paper council. The headline is Pawnbroker perishes in Pick Plus Plunder. Highly supportive of your cause. Ah, no, my lord. I was hoping you'd look a little further down the page. Further down. Ministry Mole. Classified secrets may have been leaked overseas from Ministry of Justice. Okay, like, I feel like this is very similar to like the box one where it's like, it's not explicitly listed out, but it's something that like, it's conclusion that we need to come by. Because I forgot like, okay, for the ticket, I forgot specifically where we got it from. Because if she said like, oh, I found it in the pocket, and then yeah, so this was definitely McGilded's. I'll take that. But for this, because I feel like I'm a bit more aware of like, or at least I remember more of like, oh yeah, transcontinental communications at this point was in the form of Morse code, and if government secrets, like from long distance secrets and communications are being spread, that means that, you know, it can only we don't have like proper like ham radios, like radios that go over that such a long distance. It has to be Morse code. Yeah. So like it's one of the things where it's like it's an answer leading to Morse code because it's precisely because of the communications. And because that motherfucker in white is a communications officer. Just like one of the jurors. That's how we came to know that his name was not Eggert Benedict and is actually Ashley Graydon, and that's how he got here. Right? And that means that, you know, like, communications officers, long-distance communications between countries and continents and whatever are in Morse code. Government secrets, long-distance communication, Morse code. That's what's gonna be. Yes, this is a very serious matter, being investigated at the highest level, I understand. I've heard that international transmissions along supposedly secure lines are somehow being intercepted and leaked to various other countries. And presumably, those transmissions are in the form of wire telegrams. Of course. Juror number 5, there we go. Your input, please. Stop. Oh, Mesa! Whatever is the matter? You told the court before that you worked at the same communication station as Mr. Graydon, did you not? Yes, that's correct. In the particular station where you work, Deals with government, communications, and newspaper reports. Oh, yes. We're not your run-of-the-mill communication station at all. Our work is extremely important. And tell me, is this not a very familiar sound? There we go. You don't mean to say, is it? That's right, madam. It bears more than a passing resemblance to the sound made by your telegraph machine as you tap it. I believe it's called Morse code. But I don't believe it! Now correct me if I'm wrong, but when it comes to leaking telegrams from government departments, there could be no one more perfectly placed than a highly skilled communications officer. Oh. Are you suggesting that the music box disc contains stolen government secrets in Morse code? Why else would he kill to get it back? Order! Order! Please, everyone, order! But this is a high treason council, deserving of capital punishment. This is too much vocabulary. What is this treason? And what is capital punishment? The sorts of words I half expect you to know, exactly. For our sovereign government's confidential information, hostile nations would surely pay almost any price. Yes. And on that night 2 months ago, that was the very negotiation that was taking place inside the omnibus. But in the end, McGill perished, and the all-important disc lay unclaimed in the pawnbrokery. My word. In which case, okay, so, just to be up front, OBS is saying connecting to chat right now, so like, I don't think I'll be able to actively see what's actually happening in chat. So we'll see how this goes. In which case, whoever stole that information in the first place surely must have been beside himself with worry. Because if the disc were to be discovered before it found its way out of the country, it would reveal an act, high treason punishable by death. So the culprit had no choice but to retrieve it. And in order to do that, they would have to gain entry to the pawnbrokery illegally in the middle of the night. Because the article left behind by Mr. McGill would incriminate him too much if it got into the wrong hands. Isn't that right, Mr. Graydon? Look at you. Look at that expression. Tell me I'm wrong. You think I've been stealing government secrets? How else can you be so rich? Look at you. Preposterous. Absolutely preposterous. So, in response to the defense accusation, you claim complete innocence, do you? Well, of course I do. I've had to stand here in silence while that pretentious foreign lawyer has been prattling away.
Objection!
And by all means, counter the charges, sir. Ponzigs, there we go. The prosecution demands the witness testifies in response to the accusations brought by the defense. Dots. Delighted, I'm sure. The witness is reminded the crime under scrutiny in this trial is the murder of the pawnbroker, Mr. Winterbank. That being a most flagitious offense for which the law of this land sanctions a capital punishment. But the heinous act of high treason is no less serious a crime. I urge you to bear that in mind as you testify, Mr. Graydon. Dots. Oh, there we go. We're back to normal now.
Hold it!
Oh. Gregson again? Gregson? The Skulkin brothers. You gotta let us have a rabbit in pocket here, governor. We got things to say. What the hell? I thought you guys left. I beg your pardon? Who do you think you are? Name's Nash Skulkin. Occupation is professional baddie. God damn it. Name's Ringo Skulkin. Well, we ain't baddies enough to sell out our motherland. That's right. We're what they call patriotic baddies. The three Skulkin brothers. Oh my god, you're looking to the left now. Bad timing, fellas. Very bad timing. So it was just a joke? God damn it. Okay, Graydon's counter. A mere communications officer couldn't possibly steal confidential government information. Besides, the sounds produced by that music box aren't even Morse code. Can I actually properly see the music box now? It's not even in Accord, it's still not in Accord records. I need to see it. It was some low-class brickmaker negotiating with McGilded anyway, was it not? I've no relation to the man. True, we don't know if you are related. Hang on. I mean, okay, I'm sorry. Like, he has blonde hair and like almost like let's say like green eyes, right? It's almost like that color, like grayish eyes. Blonde hair, a little darker in shade, like a little aged, right? But just like kind of similar-ish looking eyes. Is it like would it be too preposterous to claim that you two are father and son? Mayhaps. I have no relation to them, man. Look, all we done is break into the gaff the other night, like what he told us to do. If we'd known there was dodgy government secrets involved, we wouldn't have touched it. Dots. 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 So we're getting two testimonies. Well, three, I guess. Mr. and Mr. Skulkin. What Mr. will do, Governor? What's up? Do I take it that you now admit to the crime? That on the night in question, you did indeed gain entry to the premises illegally. And moreover, you did as a party of three, in collaboration with Mr. Graydon here. Say yes, you bastard, please. We did, Guff, we did! Jesus Christ, alright. Quiet down, please. What say you to that, Mr. Graydon? I have no idea what these two ruffians are referring to. You little rotter, getting us mixed up in all this monkey business. You never said nothing about no government secrets. It was supposed to be a straight-up job. And what about the Jesus whose shop it was, eh? Poor bloke didn't have to die, did he? Ugh. Nice to know who your friends are. Whatever these men say, I deny the accusations. Indeed. Well, I certainly wasn't expecting this little music box to become so significant in the proceedings. However, as it has, I will admit it to the court record as evidence. Let's go! We can take a look at it now. Let's cross-examine the hell out of you, buddy. Let's go. This is the mechanism that turns the bumps on the desk into sound, isn't it? Yes, the movement. It's all thanks to the comb with its teeth that are plucked by the passing bumps. Passing bumps. Usually, the teeth on the comb are different lengths, so that each one produces a different tone. But this comb is very strange. All the teeth are exactly the same length. Well, what does that mean? It means that no matter which tooth is plucked by the passing bumps, the music box will make the same sound. I've never seen a music box like it before. Yes, it is strange. A music box that can only play a single note. There has to be some significance to that, surely. Okay, so it's the same thing, alright. So we need to take a look at all angles. I was right, wasn't I? Right? There's a button here to lift it up, right? And I thought, okay, if the guy says that it's not, right? But he also mentioned there are 2 discs, right? So is this a music box that plays 2 discs? Oh! What is it, Bruno? I've just noticed something about this music box. It looks like the bottom of it opens up as well. Ah, you're right! Well, come on then. What are you waiting for? Let's open it. Alright then, here goes. Look at that! There's another movement on the underside. So, what does that mean? We can set another disc to play on this, to play back on this side. Yes, I think so. And it looks like the 2 movements are linked together. You're linked. So if you had 2 discs, they would both play back at the same time. There we go. Now we just need to find out where the second disc is. I would have thought there would be a second movement on the underside of the box. And this movement is like the other one. The chroma teeth are all the same length. So this movement also only produces a single tone, like the other one. Yes, it must do. Except that the length of the teeth on the 2 combs isn't the same. So the single tone produced by this movement will be different to the single tone we've already heard. What? Basically, each movement can only produce a single note, but the notes it produce are different. A music box that can only play 2 notes. So like, okay, I had a feeling that it was like a twofer, but I had thought like maybe the other disc might have slipped out or something, you know? But I guess not.
Hold it!
So is this newspaper headline accurate? Government communications are being intercepted. How could I possibly know? You work for the government, dude? What do you mean by that? Any important government communications are handled by high-level officers, by specialists. General members of staff in the station where I work would never be entrusted with sensitive information. Oh no, stop. Must say something, stop. Let me guess. You're number 5. Like, what do you have to interact with? We regular communication station officers aren't as lowly as you're being led to believe. A team of us are responsible for setting up and testing the telegrams used by the ministry. And Mr. Graydon is the team leader. So, even if you are lowly, you're like the high ranking of the lower batches. So wouldn't you have like be able to access information easily? That's fascinating. Dots. Someone looks like someone has a crush. Graydon is a highly skilled operator. Stop. Currently in presence of idol. Stop. So you had access to the equipment used for these confidential communications, Mr. Graydon. Well, what's of it? The transmissions are always made behind closed doors so they can't be heard. And in any case, all messages are sent encrypted. Normal employees couldn't possibly understand them. Oh no, stop. Must say something, stop. Mr. Graydon regularly attends meetings with ministry technicians and the ministry communications teams. Thank you, juror number 5. Thank you for spilling the tea. He assists them in ensuring that there are no errors in important international communications. And he's received the top prize at the cipher cracking convention 5 years in a row now. So he would know like Caesarean ciphers among other things, right? Like not just Morse code. That's fascinating. So, bro, why are you lying to us? Dots. Currently presence of idol. Stop. There we go. Well, your idol would appreciate it if you keep your mouth shut. You should really pick your idols more carefully. I tell you, this lawyer's accusations are completely unfounded. The fuck? The juror number 5 basically ratted you out in front of the entire court, my dude. What are you talking about? Besides, okay. They're not? To anyone with a brain, that will be blatantly apparent on listening to that music box for even a few seconds. Of course, of course. Surely, it can't be that my learned friend is unfamiliar with Morse code. Well, if you find me ignorant, enlighten me. Ouch, he looks genuinely shocked at my ignorance. I'll be more than happy to demonstrate the basics for you, so please do. A lesson? Here in court? Sure, we're already here for like, how many hours already? There we go, 2 distinct tones. Morse code is a continuous series of 2 distinct tones. Tones, you say? Yes. A short dot and a long dash. By combining those in different ways, you construct letters. I see. For example, this is A. And this is B. But when you listen to the sound produced by this music box, you only hear one tone, don't you? But it sounds so similar. The rhythm of it is the same in everything. But there is no discernible meaning to this apparently random sequence of sounds. Their assertion is fundamentally flawed. This is not Morse code. No! Really, you shouldn't be so surprised. What did I tell you? That music box is nothing but a worthless piece of scrap. Perhaps you might consider studying your subject matter before casting aspersions in future. Stop. Nothing to say but stop. Oh, it's so frustrating, isn't it? Iris? I mean, if the government secrets are somewhat being leaked using the music box, so many other things would slot into place so nicely. There'd still be something I haven't considered. Would it really be impossible to use this music box somehow to play back Morse code? But we don't have the second disc is the problem. You know, we don't have the second disc. See how the former Eggert just sits in a music box demand deposited in Winnebanks. It couldn't be a more perfect fit. So there's no question then. The box was designed to be played in his music box. Despite that, the sounds it produces are neither musical nor do they appear to have any meaning. It just doesn't make any sense. I wonder if perhaps there's more to this music box than meets the eye. Maybe we haven't discovered all its secrets yet. We have though. So both, yeah, exactly. Yeah, both this would have to be in at the same time. Like, it's currently impossible because we don't have the evidence. It's impossible right now because we don't have everything. Defense will concede that the music box is irrelevant for the time being. For the time being, such optimism. Too debonair to admit defeat, are we? Those gas speculations are really starting to grate. It can't be Morse code unless it has two distinct tones. Perhaps I should examine that music box in a little more detail. Dots.
Hold it!
So 2 months ago in that omnibus, Eggert killed the brickmaker and stole the disc. Mr. Mason was a single man with almost nothing to his name. It seems he lived in an artisan quarter some years ago, but people there remember little about him. That doesn't make much sense though, does it? How could a humble brickmaker come to acquire secret government information? How indeed. There must have been somebody else involved behind the scenes in all of this. Somebody who acquired the disc and gave it to Mr. Mason in order to take it to the meeting with Eggert and negotiate a deal. Dots. Dear me. You may have it in for me, sir, but I assure you, I've far more class than that. I know a brickmaker from the artisan quarter and this well-to-do communications officer. If only I could find some evidence to link the two of them together. Want to add to that note? Let's return to the witness testimony. Yeah.
Hold it!
Like Mr. Graydon told you to do, you mean? That's right, that's it, yeah. You know, say. Silly me thought he was just popping over for a natter after all them years. Like, what is it? Had a dodgy job, what? Wait, popping over for a natter after all them years so you knew him back? Wait, hang on. Hey, Ash. Dots. So, did you grow up in the artisan quarter, good sir? Let me stop you there, Mr. Skulkin. After all them years, you say? Do you mean to tell me that Mr. Graydon is an acquaintance of yours? Well, the sociable kind of baddies, you know. Yeah, let's say Graydon's in old China.
Excuse me.
Sir, hang on. Is something wrong, Mr. Skulkin? Not you, Skulkin. The other Skulkin, Ringo. No, the other Mr. Skulkin. What? Oh, me? When your brother was testifying just now, is that something that seemed to cause you to react? Oh, I was just remembering the old days, that's all. Go on, please, explain. We used to have a right old laugh together way back when. Together? With Mr. Graydon, you mean? Yeah, with Ash, I mean. Yeah, look at him now, in his fancy whistle and flute. He wouldn't add him any of it. But when he was younger, he was from the poor part of town just like us. Is that so? And he was always a leery one. He had the brains, he had the savvy. Always coming up with smart ideas like what would never have gone through our heads. Well, blimey, ain't that the truth? From Melverton and Skulkin Milk Run. I was a corker, eh? Save it until after the trial. Reminiscing has no place in this courtroom. And neither does your fruit. Oi! The keys asked us a question, didn't he? And we was answering. Yeah, we ain't done nothing wrong. Nevertheless, the court is not prepared to accompany you on your trip down memory lane. Counsel, can we turn our attention back to the testimony, please? I don't know. Could that sensation be relevant somehow? Yes. Add it to the testimony, please. My lord. Yes, counsel. The brother's last sentimental statement could hold vital information relating to this case. Very well, counsel. I will permit the brothers to supplement their testimony with that detail. Briefly, I hasten to add. Say no more. A skulkin's never skulkin'. Oh, them were the days.
Hold it!
Explain. I'm sure I'm gonna regret asking, but what exactly was that? Some kind of business? Just a little scheme we had going back when we was youngsters. A bit of fun, really. Delivering fresh milk to the locals. That's what it was all about. That sounds alarmingly legitimate. There must be a catch. I suppose since we're here, I should ask them to elaborate, but on what? The business name, please. So this business was just a bit of fun, you say? And it was just yourselves and Mr. Graydon involved. Yeah, that's it. Milverton and Skulkin's Milk Run, was it? Yeah, that's it. Why was it called Milverton? And where did the Milverton part come from?
Hold it!
Oh. Enough of this! How much longer are we expected to listen to this drivel? I don't... Shut the hell up. Let me guess. You don't accept anything these two witnesses are saying. Tell me. Why is it that it was only at the mention of the name Milverton that you decided to interject? Why not before when we were talking about milk and stuff, about their business? Because well... It wasn't the happiest of homes that one came from. Yeah, his old man was struggling for money so much, his wife walked out on him. She took the name Graydon then, see? Ah... But Ash will always been Milverton to us. Milverton. So that used to be your surname, did it? Of course not! This is all bunkum. I've been a Graydon since I was born. Do you really think you can rely on the testimony of these two thieves, hmm? You're a communication officer, attached to the civil service. As such, your personal details will have been thoroughly checked at the time of your appointment. It will be a very simple matter indeed to subpoena those records, Mr. Graydon. Methinks Van Zieks believes in the testimony of these two Skulkin brothers. Anyways, yeah. Ugh! Well, it appears that Mr. and Mrs. Skulkin's testimony has been reliable. Once. You were born Ashley Milverton, then. Is that correct? Not. Very well. Yes. So Ashley Graydon was once Ashley Milverton. That information could change things, and could turn out to be extremely important. Wait. Father and son! Father and son! There we go. Knew it. All of a sudden, we seem to be up our necks in a serious matter of national security. Although all this talk about interception of secret government messages is all still just conjecture at this stage. Okay, so I guess like, we don't have the disc, but the music box is capable of playing two different tones. meaning that it is capable of playing Morse code if we have both discs. So we can say it's possible. It would explain a number of things though, wouldn't it? The negotiation Ginny overheard on the omnibus 2 months ago, and the break-in on Winterbanks. But the trouble is, it wasn't Mr. Graydon in the omnibus with Mr. McGilden. No, that was Mr. Mason, the brickmaker who was horribly murdered. If only there was some link between the two men somehow. I know, but Mr. Graydon's testimony seems to be as watertight as ever. I wonder if the key to us making headway with the cross-examination here could be those two brothers. Wait, hang on. I need to turn off auto. Oh, F. There we go.
Hold it!
Okay, let's carry on with this again. There's still every possibility that this music box was instrumental in the leaking of government secrets. That's the belief of the defense, at least.
Objection!
Does it please you in some way, my Nipponi's friend, to repeat the same line of argument, ad and infinitum? It's already been established that to be in Morse code, 2 tones are required, dots and dashes. Yes, I'm well aware of that. Then what? Oh, it would appear the defense has a hypothesis to put forward. You had better present your idea at once, counsel. How do you propose that this music box, which appears to produce only a single tone, could have been used to cipher secret messages into Morse code? There we go. We present the bottom side.
Got it!
Come on, there we go. Good gracious. What am I looking at here? Another movement on the underside of the music box. What? It appears, my lord, that the two movements are linked together. In other words, I can put 2 discs in this music box. And it sounds like both will play back at the same time. Good heavens. As the court has heard, Morse code comprises of 2 tones, a short dot and a long dash. With a second disc in place, this music box could be used to generate Morse code and convey a message. This is beyond a joke. I'm sorry? This poor excuse for a lawyer has absolutely no evidence to support his claims. Though, of course, if my learned friend were to present the court with the second disc, that would be another matter. Well, I can't at the moment. And may I remind the court that, as the witness has pointed out, he was not the one in the omnibus with Eggert 2 months ago, striking a deal over the disc, or discs. Indeed, that was Mr. Mason, the brickmaker. Exactly. I had nothing whatsoever to do with it. Oh, yes, you do, because you are his son. You are his progeny. You came from him. You came out of him. Oh, it has holes. I must admit the argument presented by the defense has much promise. I believe the cross-examination could... The link between Graydon and the victim of the omnibus sense must... blah blah blah. There we go. Oh damn. It looks like you need to give your argument more strength, Bruno. Bum 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 bum. If I must, though, I maintain exactly what I did at the start of this pointless cross-examination. We have his name right here.
Objection!
There we go! Fuck yeah. Okay, hang on. I'm gonna head to the bathroom really quickly. I need to do stuff. I'll be right back. Hang on. Blah, 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 blah. Okay, I'm here again. Let's go. Continue on. Mr. Ashley Milverton. Tell me, why did you try to hide your former name in the court? Because I haven't gone by that name for years. It means nothing to me. No, I don't think that's the real explanation at all. The truth is, you had a reason to hide that name. A closely guarded secret, you snaky, snaky snake. Explain yourself, please, counsel. I've heard the notes from the omnibus case, my lord. And as we all know, the victim, the man who we now understand to have been negotiating with McGilded. Yes, Mr. Mason, the brickmaker. That's right. Only Mason wasn't his surname at all. It was his given name. His full name was Mason Milverton. Milverton? Do you mean to say, Saint alive? You tried to throw dear old dad under the omnibus, eh? Good job, eh? Good job. You tried to throw dear old pops down the omnibus, eh? Yeah, you did, didn't you? Mr. Ashley Milverton. Is it not the case that the brickmaker, Mr. Mason Milverton, was your father? I don't. As I believed I mentioned earlier, your family history will have been thoroughly checked when you join the civil service. And it really would take no time at all for the court to subpoena those records. Yes, Von Zieks, grill him. Light the fire under him, please. The truth is, you have been illegally acquiring highly confidential government information and selling it on to McGilded in collaboration with your father. Ugh! He's been swinging around a lot, hasn't he? The new facts and evidence unveiled by the cross-examination of this witness all come together to reveal the truth. The truth, you say? That you collaborated with your father, Mr. Mason Milverton, in illegal dealings with Magnus McGilded. Contents of this music box, you mean, counsel? Yes. Stealing information being sent in secret government communications and selling it on to McGilded. Mr. Graydon concocted this elaborate scheme of using 2 music box discs to encode the information, as presumably a safety measure against the information falling into the wrong hands. And a very effective one. I shouldn't have given the scheme any credence whatsoever. But the deal of McGilded went sour, and the brickmaker met his end. I'm trying to get better at the Luis impression. I'm trying. Yes, but before he was arrested, McGilded managed to temporarily dispose of the stolen disc at the pawnbroker. Then, having learned of the situation, he appeared at Winnebank's 2 days ago, in an attempt to recover the 2 articles McGilded had placed in pawn there. But that attempt failed. One of the discs was seized by the police, and the other you never found. So that same night, you enlisted the help of the Skulkin brothers and broke into the pawnbrokery. This time, determined to recover the second disc. Are you suggesting that the second disc was inside the music box? It might have been. We never knew nothing about that. On the night that Mr. Winnebank was killed, the intruder to the pawnbrokery touched one item, and one item alone, a music box. As rather ingeniously demonstrated, using the 2 prints from the security camera, indeed. So, the question that naturally begs answering is this. What was only that one article disturbed? The answer is obvious, because it contained the second disc, which the intruder was desperate to retrieve. Since, if it were to fall into the hands of the police, it would be proof of high treason. Yes, but but he's gonna say, like, we don't have the disc, so how can you prove it? I do love that even though Von Zieks is in opposition to you in the courtroom and doesn't attack, he does back you up when it really counts. Because it's like, at least like from what I understand from Von Zieks, right, is that he gives a shit about the law. He legitimately cares about justice, right? And the reason, I feel like the first reason why he stepped out, he backed into court was because, like, the case that was the trial, right, at time, because we were a Japanese exchange student. that was like his main reason. And the second reason is that because because we basically spat in the face of law and justice and the truth by, like, getting McGilded getting him acquitted, right? So he keeps facing us to basically, like, take us down, essentially. But the fact is that he gives a shit about the law. In the sense of, like, the truth. Because he, like, when Gregson was like, no, don't play it, and it was like, fuck you, don't play that. It's like, fuck you, don't play that. This is the courtroom. And as the prosecution, I don't give a damn about your secrets. Dots. Well, Mr. Graydon, do you deny that all of this actually began? Do you deny that all of this actually began on that fateful night 2 months ago? Dots. I refuse to accept any of this nonsense, but your arm is fucking bleeding. Hello, Von Zeeks, you noticed it too, haven't you? Sir Judge, you noticed, my lord, you noticed it too, haven't you? Sir. There appears to be blood seeping through the sleeve of your jacket. What? Huh. 2 nights ago, we know that 3 shots were fired at the scene of the crime in Windenbank's pawnbrokery. 1 took the life of the pawnbroker himself. 1 struck the pouch around Mr. Sholmes' waist. And the final bullet struck the calendar on the wall of the shop, having first pierced the arm of 1 of the intruders. Mr. Graydon, that wound in your arm that you seem to be trying to hide, that's a bullet wound, isn't it? He's got you now, Mio China. Time to call it quits and croak, I'd reckon. Dots. Don't acknowledge my presence there under any circumstances whatsoever. Those were my terms, remember, and I paid you handsomely to comply. Clearly I was a fool I could trust some common backslum thieves. So you admit it? The fuck? Bro. Fine, I admit it. I was there in Windenbanks that night. I paid this pair 10 guineas to accompany me. And as you've noticed, I sustained an injury in the course of my adventures. But that is all. I admit to nothing more. Stealing government secrets. Negotiating with Mr. McGilded. How are you still... Dude, what the hell? You're still doing that? Okay. Alright. Even with your arm bleeding? As God is my witness, I'm sure I recall nothing of the sort. God is probably mean mugging you right about now. It's not going down without a fight. Not until I can show hard evidence, I suppose. Nevertheless, the defense has now established a crucial fact. Which is... Well, we know that 1 bullet was fired from each of the 2 firearms we have in evidence. The bullet from the Skulkin brothers' gun hit the pouch around Mr. Sholmes' waist. And the bullet from Mr. Windenbank's gun clearly must have been the one that caught Mr. Graydon on the arm. So why don't you pull out your pistol and show us what you've got, Graydon? Indeed it must. We can rule out the possibility that the man shot himself. Dots. And that leads us to only one conclusion. Mr. Windenbank was shot by a 3rd gun, which can only have been fired by the 3rd intruder. Goodness! That's right, Mr. Graydon. The only person who could possibly shot Mr. Windenbank that night is you!
Hold it!
Uh-oh? You little upstart! You made a grave mistake when you summoned me here. Fuck, are you a demon now? Like, you've made a mistake summoning me here. The sacrifices you produced. like, dude, sir. Like, what's that supposed to mean? Yes. As you rightly say, I was there at the pawnbrokers. I did my best to hide the fact, naturally. I had no intention of ruining the distinguished career I built for myself at the communications station. But did the thought never cross your mind? Did you never consider the possibility? What do you mean? What thought? What possibility? The possibility that if I was there at the scene, I may have witnessed the crucial moment. You see? This makes me a key witness in this case, and I have my hands firmly around the neck of your client. What? I see. You're gonna give more perjury, aren't you? Are you suggesting? I saw it all. I saw the very moment that pickpocket girl pointed the gun at our poor defenseless pawnbroker and shot him. You... What? Order! 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 Well, it would seem we are finally entering the last act of this theatrical trial. Mr. Graydon. Yes? I trust you are fully aware of the implications here. If it has shown that your claim is false, you will have incriminated yourself as the killer. Oh, I understand fully. And I must ask you to give your formal testimony once more. You will explain to the court precisely what you saw at the moment the defendant allegedly shot the victim. Nothing would give me greater pleasure. Okay. If you say so. The moment of shooting, go on. While these ruffians were jostling the broker, I was still near the entrance to the shop. When Benedict threw Nash over the counter, I felt a sharp pain in my arm. I pursued the man, but he shut himself in the storeroom. I could see him through the people in the door, though. The accused in the black coat shot the man in the back as he was fleeing to safety. He was trying to flee to safety. I saw the blood splattered all over that wretched girl. Then she tossed the gun out of the peephole, so I picked it up and made my escape. But wait, hang on, but... So you're saying... Wait, so you're saying that she had 2 guns? Because, like... Wait, what? That last person made no fucking sense. Okay. Alright. Good gracious. This is quite this is quite extraordinary testimony. Dots. You claim, sir, under oath, you have clearly seen the defendant pulling the trigger. Order! 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 It wasn't my intention to testify in this way. But neither is it my intention to be found guilty of a murder I didn't commit. What, and put it back in her? Exactly, yeah, like, because the gun she was holding, grasping, right? Like, what, she tossed the gun out to pick up the other fucking gun? That makes no sense. If you're trying to get rid of evidence, why would she keep his fucking pistol in her hand? It makes no sense. You dumbass. So you see, my hand has been forced. I tell the truth now as an act of self-preservation. I'm sure you have. Surely. The truth. Until now, the prosecution was completely unaware of these details. Yes, well, sorry about that. Having shot me in the arm, the pawnbroker was then shot in the back by the accused. And as I said, she was showered in his blood. You say the blood splattered over the accused's coat. Are you sure on that point? Can we actually properly prove the blood work now? That is actually accurate? Oh yes, quite sure. All over the black overcoat that pickpocket girl was wearing at the time. Really? If a coat could somehow be shown to harbor vestiges of blood, that would be conclusive evidence here. Are you gonna give credence to Sholmes' thing now? Okay. Such an investigation is entirely possible, my lord. What? Only very recently, a German scientist has developed a technique to identify human motherfucker. So, okay, alright, German scientist, yay. But Herlock Sholmes, nay, I see. So here's the true science. Not some amateurist. Detect this dubious foray into the world of chemistry. There's nothing dubious about Hurley's work. His ideas are all sound. Ideas are no use to us here. In science, as in law, theories must be proven before they stand. But Rogue, I'm not drunk enough, literally. In Germany, the technique has already been employed in the courtroom as the basis of evidence. Scotland Yard has a small quantity of the chemical reagent used. With your lordship's permission. Alrighty then. We could shatter all vestiges of doubt within minutes. This doesn't look good, Runo. Why not? Well, we know, don't we, that there's blood all over the front of Ginny's coat. But we have the ticket to prove that the blood is right. Can we use like can we use the ticket as evidence? Because like if you're using the blood as evidence of the coat, right? Then we can use the evidence that, you know, can you test for this dried blood here? And if they're the same, then we can prove using the colors too. If they tested with their chemicals. Oh hell, you're right. I was forgetting what happened yesterday. Don't move, Ginny. I'm going to shoot. Pooh. Are you sure that wine glass broke, literally? But that's not Mr. Winnebank's blood. That's stains from 2 months ago. That's Mr. Mason's blood from when he was stabbed by McGilden, who was wearing the coat at the time. My lord, the defense objects to the test proposed by the prosecution. Overruled. Lord Von Zieks, make it so at once. With pleasure, my lord. And while we await the results, the defense may proceed with the cross-examination. Once they find that blood on the overcoat, Ginny will be. Counsel! Yes, my lord. No cross-examination. Of course, my lord. If this cross-examination doesn't go well, if I don't manage to uncover some decisive evidence or a really compelling clue now, I have a very bad feeling about the outcome of this trial. moment of the shooting.
Hold it!
Mr. Winnebeck emerged from the storeroom, I believe. Ringo and Nash were scouring the counter when he suddenly appeared and flew at them. He already had the revolver in his hand. Fortunately, I wasn't too close. Wait, I've never been so scared in all my life. So he's basically saying that, like, I mean, there's still a contradiction. He's basically saying that Gina already had a gun, right? Toss it out, and then she ended up with another gun. Like, he wouldn't have missed the fact that we mentioned that there are 3 fucking guns, right? I don't think so. Yeah, we were just your regular mild-mannered burglars, that's all. We don't like violence. Just to carry a gun. What do you mean when you say we were near the entrance to the shop? I was in the doorway, running my eyes over the shelves of forfeited items. Looking for the music box, of course. The broker went for Nash in the first place, and Ringo joined in, making it 2 against 1. So I assumed they could handle the situation. But I was wrong. I was trying to help me little bruv. Well, the old geezer chucked me over the blooming counter. So I pulled me a gun on the old fella, and that's who made him scarper. Have you searching upon the poor defenseless pawnbroker together? Shame on you. Sorry, Gov. When Winnebeck threw, I felt a sharp pain in my arm. Go on. You mean that's the moment you were shot? Yes, though I didn't immediately realize what had happened, of course. Things crushed to the floor. On the counter, as the 3 men were brawling. It was like exactly that moment when it happened, so I didn't hear the gunshot. And a bullet went on to strike the calendar in the wall behind you. So it would appear. When I looked at my arm, I saw it was bleeding badly, so I wrapped my handkerchief around it. Seeing as I couldn't explain what had happened to the doctor, I had no choice but to wait for it to heal. I didn't imagine it would still be bleeding 2 days later. Did Mr. Winnebeck intend to shoot you, do you think? Oh no. I don't imagine he noticed I was there, to be honest. Perhaps the gun went off accidentally. Anyway, it didn't quite strike home. When I put my gun out on him, he tried to shove me out the way. And when he scampered through the door out back, at which point, what did you do?
Hold it!
You mean you chase after him? I don't recall the reason why, but I ran after him to the back of the shop. And what about those people in the door you mentioned? Not surprisingly, the storeroom's door is a solid job, made of stout wood. But it's a small opening in it, about head height, that lets you see what's what in there from the outside. Actually, I should know that, shouldn't I? I looked through it myself that night. And what about you burgling brothers? Did you see what went on through this peephole as well? Not likely, Gov. Didn't see nothing of the sort, Gov. I doubt these 2 buffoons were even aware of the peephole's existence. So the Skulkin brothers were there, but they didn't see the killing of Mr. Winnebeck take place. Inside the storeroom, I could see the broker and that young girl standing there. The defendant. Yes, though neither of them noticed that I was looking. The girl raised her gun and pointed it straight at the man. And then, what did you see next?
Hold it!
Yes, when a crime was discovered, the defendant was found with a gun in her hand. But that was Mr. Winnebank's gun, from which only a single bullet had been fired. And as we've already established, Mr. Graydon, that bullet was fired from you. Ah, but no. It wasn't the broker's gun that the pickpocket had when I saw her. Yes, the bullet fired from Winnebank's gun grazed my arm, and yes, the Skulkins brothers' gun grounded the detective. But this was another gun entirely. A third gun. The broker's gun was not the murder weapon, so clearly there had to be a third firearm involved. In other words, the accused must have had their own gun with her at the time.
Objection.
Okay. But no other gun was found at the scene. Calm yourself, counsel. Sorry? You must consider the events in order. At first I saw the broker and the girl glaring at each other, and then... But then, all of a sudden, broker turned to run. It was at that moment and the little gutter rat shot him in the back. A chilling image, I must say. But why would she hit? But here's the thing, like, if that's the case, why would this be what was shown? If she had her own gun, why would she be using this at 1 a.m.? Why not just use her own gun? Why not have a little Mexican standoff, like, right in front of the counter? Right? Besides, only one of them might be tall enough to see through. Exactly. So the blood spattered all over that wretched girl.
Hold it!
All over her. Yes. Through the people. I saw it clearly. Of course, the stains are invisible now. What with the coat being such a dark color. But I assure you, that garment is sullied with the victim's blood. Well, it is sullied with blood, that's for sure. But it's not Mr. Winnebank's blood, is it? No. That's right, it's Mr. Mason Milverton's blood from when Matt Gilda stabbed him 2 months ago. It's so annoying. If only accept Hurley's chemical analysis, we could prove that. But they won't. So unfortunately, we can't use that as evidence to support our case. Bother. But what if, like, what if the German scientist was Herlock? You know, it's like with, Natsume kept calling him Herlock Sholmes. You know, he kept calling him, like, a German scientist or something. Bother. Then she tossed the gun out of the peephole, so I picked it up and made my escape.
Hold it!
Did I hear you correctly? She threw the gun out of the room. That's right. After the broker fell to the floor, she started walking over. Over where exactly? In the direction of the storeroom door, to where I was watching. Of course, I quickly retreated, and then the girl dropped the gun through the peephole onto the floor on my side of the door. But why on earth would she do such a thing? I couldn't tell you. Perhaps she was hoping to distance herself from the murder weapon. Without thinking, I went and picked it up. I suppose I was worried about just leaving it there, in case any more tragedies took place. Dots. So it was you, in fact, who took the third gun from the scene of the crime. Yes. It was yours truly. I left the clear up to my lackeys and left. Clear up? We made a bit of a mess around the counter, so Mr. Wisdom Flute here told us to tidy up. He thinks he's our blooming mum sometimes. Well, I was paying you enough, by God. Tell me, Mr. Graydon, when you left the pawnbrokery that night, was it by any chance with the second disc in your jacket pocket? Dots.
You little toe rag!
You're like a bull at a gate, aren't you?
Excuse me!
Gentlemen! What is happening? Stop fighting. Man, Inspector Gregson, police brutality? Good heavens. Something wrong, Sunshine? Yeah, you were holding the witness by his neck, sir. That should be my line. You do realize you were just violently shaking Mr. Skulkin. Blimey, this dude's a bit of an hooligan, ain't he? What was going on just now? You saw him. He grabbed me a whistle. Why the blazes, he said. Did you mention the third gun when we got you down the station? And why didn't you? 'Cause we didn't know nothing about it. All that flaming people in the door. Sorry about that. I can be prone to losing my rank sometimes. Not hurt, are you? Oh, blimey. See the way he's looking at me? I'm telling you, this dude gives me the willies. That was strange. The inspector doesn't normally get quite as worked up as that. He wouldn't normally grab someone. No, that wasn't like Gregsy at all. He's normally all sweetness and light, no matter what I say to him, but that is very specifically to you, Iris. Yes, well, I think you might be a special case, Iris. Well, anyway, that was definitely out of character. Dots. My lord, I knew it. It was going to be all of this, and then we get the results, right? My lord! Requesting your lordship's permission to interrupt the cross-examination. Explain yourself, officer. I have the results of the test that was ordered earlier, my lord. Ah. The blood. Ah. The blood. On the accused's overcoat. Thank you, officer. Very well. The cross-examination is hereby temporarily suspended. I presume you have no objection, counsel? No, my lord. Well, there you have it. The reports, please, Inspector. Yes, sir. Traces of human blood were found on the overcoat of the defendant, Miss Jean Lestrade. From the extent of the stains, it would appear that they were the result of splattering following a gunshot wound. Wait, hang on. Or a stab wound, right? End of report. Goodness me. See? What did I tell you?
Objection.
No. The blood on that coat is not Mr. Windibank's. What on earth makes you say that, counsel? The coat originally belonged to Magnus McGilden. Just before his coat was deposited at Windibank's, McGilden had fatally stabbed Mr. Mason Milverton. So the blood on that overcoat is the blood of the brickmaker from the omnibus case.
Objection.
Well, the dead cannot speak. Isn't that right, my Nipponese friend? Sorry. 2 months ago, in this very courtroom, did you not argue fervently for McGilden's innocence? And yet, now that the man is dead, you brand him as a murderer. Your conduct shatters any shred of respect you may have earned for yourself in this country. But that was... Call it bodily disgrace, treachery, that's what that is. I'll determine whether the blood on the coat is 2 months old or not. Even a stereoscope couldn't help that problem pop out. It can't be done. But, what? Use Mr. Trump especially formula chemicals. He's a chemist. Would you put such faith in a chemical formula devised by me, for example, when I'm a communications officer? I had a priority to starving boy, and I ran away, crying. Sherlock Holmes is barely more than a figment of the public's imagination. His name carries no weight in this courtroom. No weight at all. Could you say that? Victory is sweet indeed. This proves that my testimony is the whole truth from start to finish. How do you arrive at such a conclusion, sir? As the witness said, the accused coat was splattered with the blood of the victim. The only way Mr. Graydon could have possibly known that fact is if he saw it happen. In other words, his testimony is solid, and the conclusion is singular. It was the accused who shot the victim in this case. That is the whole truth. It is not. I refuse. My lord! Been a long battle, this one. But his old warhorse has something to say now, if you please. No, we're gonna be doing another thing. We'll be finding more contradictions. As at this moment, sir, the squadron has reached its final decision. Ready, men? All for one now. Sir.
Guilty.
Guilty.
Guilty. Guilty.
Guilty.
Guilty.
Did he smash the glass in his hands? He did. He did. Well, it would appear the ladies and gentlemen of the jury have reached a unanimous verdict. The defense has consistently failed to unpick this witness's testimony. Here's to any attempt you may make at unpicking the jurors' decisions being equally successful. I don't believe it. After I've come so far, how's it all unraveling on me so fast? Dots. Come on, Rinisuke. We gotta break through. Let's do it. Very distressing to be held in such low esteem. It's Sherlock Holmes, buddy! Wait! 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 Wouldn't you agree? Mr. Naruhodo. Officer, you've delivered the report now. That'll be all, thank you. It occurs to me with some regularity, Mr. Naruhodo, that scientific truths are determined not by science, but by none other than the human mind. I know that voice. We do, don't we? Am I going mad? Was he disguised as the bailiff? Oh my god, Jesus Christ, sir! Oh my god! Mr. Sholmes! What is the meaning of this? He's about to lose it too, look at him! Order, order, order! What business do you have here, detective? The last I heard, you were recuperating in hospital. As well I would be, had I not been sent upon an errand. What errand? Harley, it's really you! Stupid pose! You're awake at last! Yes, good day, Iris. I appear to be rather late to rise. My apologies. Now, my lord, if you will humor me. In what manner, sir? I have something of great importance I wish to give to the young lawyer over there. I need no more than 5 minutes. Would you be so kind as to spare the time? What say you to this, Lord Von Zieks? Dots. This trial has taken many hours of the court's time, having spent so long already. Exactly. Having spent so long already, we don't want to go wasting any more precious time. Now he's gonna say, what is 5 minutes to the hours? As I was saying, having spent so long already, it would seem childish to deny the defense a mere 5 minutes. Here! Sholmes has the second disc, doesn't he? Very well then, counsel. You have 5 minutes. He's got the second disc, doesn't he? Hello, good sir. You changed out really quickly. My dear fellow, I apologize for my tardy arrival. Mr. Sholmes, are you alright now? Alright, I'm all wrong. Sorry? I've only just summoned the strength to stand, man. As a judge, I asked the judge for 5 minutes. But I fear that even that may prove too much for me. Pray forgive should I pass out. Let's make this discussion as short as possible. Holly, this place is full of idiots. None of them can see how wonderful your chemical blood analysis is. Ah, well. That concoction of mine was really just a bit of sport to assist me in my investigations. I never took the trouble to refine it for appraisal by the scientific community, an oversight on my part. Right. Modesty? Surely not. But enough of that. I'm here to give you this. My dear Is that a bento box? What's that? A lavender furoshiki wrapping? A leaving present from Miss Sato. From Miss Sato? If possible, matters are to be settled without me giving you this. Those were her instructions when she gave me to do her this favor. I don't understand. Mr. Sato foresaw today's event, I believe. I have a prediction, right? The only things that she can give me now is evidence that's related to the case itself, right? So, I went to chase after the thieves. Sholmes and Susato were the only ones left in there, right? And it seems that Susato, what if it's the case that Susato was able to lockpick into the storeroom and see what was inside, right? The only thing that could really help us now, you know, like bar the blood splatter or whatever, right, is to find the second disc, right? What if Susato went to the storeroom and saw the second disc, right? And knowing that, you know, Graydon was looking for a second disc, and the disc belongs to McGilden, the police would have taken it, right? And they would definitely not have given that as evidence. We would have lost the trial, right? Which means it's probably like the second disc and a letter or something, right? Maybe? Hopefully? She knew that the culprit will attempt to escape justice by means both devious and underhanded. And that you, Mr. Naruhodo, fighting fairly as you all want to do, would find yourself in considerable peril. At that very moment of crisis, you would be given this small parcel. Those were the dear lady's instructions. A living present from Susato-san. Whatever could it be? Open up, my guy. What is this? Wait, no, it's okay, so it's not that. It's the door. It's the cat door maker. What is this? Oh! It's the machine I made! Oh. The pet door maker. Look, I use this! It's my latest invention. What is that? I call it the Clat Flappomat. I can make a clat flap for a little furry friend like Waggy in seconds. What's Susie up to? Mr. Sato muttered the following words before she left. I'm a failure. I don't deserve to be a judicial assistant. What? Didn't she say something like that? I thought it was gonna be the disc, but okay. You really are the best judicial assistant in the world. Well, that's extremely flattering. But I'm sorry to say that I've been a complete failure. Whatever did she mean by that, Mr. Sholmes? Dots. That night, when you left Windibanks in pursuit of the thieves, Mrs. Sato made use of this contraption for a certain purpose. She used this to break into the storeroom. That is your answer, dear fellow. No, not at all cryptic then. Susato-san used this cat flapper mat that night. But why? To break into the storeroom, dude? Has been added to... Okay, glug glug. Good sir, yeah. Ah, I see. Damn. Whew! Those Switch's teeth look like they could rip through almost everything. Anything. They're good, aren't they? They're made of a special alloy I've developed just for this job. The cutter rotates 10 times per second so it can get through any kind of door in no time at all. And what are the two parts at the top there? Ah, those are for attaching hinges to the section of the door... to the section of door that gets cut. Right, of course. Nothing can match this machine for power. It can make mincemeat of even the toughest of doors. Not even the door made of stout wood. It sounds so charming and friendly when you say that, what it's for, but it feels like the reality of the cat flapper mat is that it's a grim weapon of door destruction. Oh, guy's so adorable. There's nothing I wouldn't do for him. Even developing deadly weapons, okay. Your 5 minutes is over. We're out of time already? There we go, Sholmes. I'm grateful for you affording us that brief recess, Mr. Reaper. I need no thanks, Detective. After all, the die is cast. Is it really? The jurors are unanimous in their leanings. No doubt my learned friend will consider a summation examination. But any attempt to alter the verdict now would be utterly futile. I wonder... Mr. Naruto! Yes? The rest is down to you, my dear fellow. What is your plan? The rest is down to me? I need to be careful here. If I make a wrong move, the trial will end badly. We need to do the summation examination, bruh. My lord, the defense requests. Wait. Wait! Oh my fucking god! Holy shit, wait! There was another thing that was different about these two photos. It's not just... It's not just the movement of this. Okay? Look at 1:30 a.m. Right? 1:30 a.m. Right? We see the little flap, right? That was used. Right? The little flap that was used to make this. Right? To like see into the door and stuff. Right? But where are the lines now? It's not there. Susato was the one who made it. Susato was the one who made the little who made the flap for the door. Because consider this, right? Why in the hell would a door that's used for storage, right? That's used to close in storage, have a flap for from the outside? Wouldn't it make more sense for the hinge to be on the other end? Right? Why in the hell would it ever be used for the outside? Right? That makes no sense. Here's the thing, right? Here's the fucking thing. Here's the thing. It's the if we can break his cross-examination, we don't need a summation examination at all. But the fact, I don't know. It's the weird thing of it. You know, it's the weird thing of it, right? Because right now, it's not in. It is in the jury's court. You know, it's in the jury's court. It's in your court because, like, they already made a unanimous decision. If I say cross-examination, it will end. Right? It will end. But no, but if he's giving me a chance to cross-examine further, because I'm gonna say cross-examination, further cross-examination, further cross-examination.
Objection!
The jurors have spoken. Protocol dictates that you may not cross-examine a new witness now. I'm not cross-examining a new one. I'm cross-examining an old fucking one.
Objection.
The defense is not asking for the cross-examination of a new witness. Rather, to continue with one of an existing witness. What? It would appear that a rather important detail has escaped your attention, Mr. Reaper. My lord! Requesting your lordship's permission to interrupt the cross-examination. Thank you, officer. Very well. The cross-examination is hereby temporarily because the cross-examination was suspended. It was never completed. Which means, like, the jurors couldn't, you know... things must be in order, you know? Things must be in order. Cross-examination was never officially stopped. So nobody can say anything then. If Bruno asks to resume his cross-examination of Mr. Graydon, the court is obliged to allow it. This is absurd! So, motherfucker, how were you able to see the blood splatter if the door was not there? I concur that the defense is entirely within its rights to request the continuation of the cross-examination. However, I will not permit an unremitting protraction of these proceedings. Therefore, I've decided to afford the defense one final opportunity in concluding. Oh, we only have one chance. One moment. Counsel, you must choose but one statement from the witness's testimony, and but one piece of evidence to present in support of your arguments against it. Single chance to present evidence. If, following that, the situation remains unchanged, I shall move to adjudication. Is that clear, counsels? Do not press the witnesses any further. My lord. Yes, my lord. A single statement and a single piece of evidence. Most generous. Well then, Mr. Naruhodo, it's high time I fell in a dead faint. Holmes, Sholmes, I leave this in your capable hands. You dramatic, sir. Mr. Sholmes! Herlock, no! To stand so insouciantly before the court in a state of such high fever. Either the man has extraordinary strength of mind or an extraordinary lack of feeling. A little bit of both, honestly. I imagine he's feeling very little now. The detective is sleeping soundly in one of the antechambers. Recommend when it's down, why don't you? Oh, then, counsel, are you fully prepared? Yes. One statement. One piece of evidence. I won't let Mr. Sholmes down. Or Iris. And I won't waste this final chance that Sasato-san has given me. This is going to decide the entire outcome of the trial. That was so dramatic, right? Like the way he felt, like, whoa! Very well then. Under the terms I've outlined, you may resume the cross-examination. Let's go. Moment of shooting again. Oh, the music! Something to do with the door directly. No. The peephole. He only mentions it here. Objection! Fuck you! What on earth is that eccentric contraption, counsel? Oh, it's my cat flapper mat, my lord. It makes a way for cats to get in and out of a room. It can cut through any door you can think of. And make a new little door in the middle of it. That's right, my lord. It's a device for creating so-called cat flaps. Small doors for cats to come and go as they please, without their owners having to open the main door. I'm sure we can all work that out for ourselves. But that cat lover's contrivance has no possible relevance to this case. You may think that. Oh, really? Of course it doesn't. To start with, there was no cat flap in the pawnbroker's door. Not being a keeper of cats myself, I'm afraid I fail to see what this has to do with the matter at hand. Perhaps it will help if I describe this function another way then. This contraption makes a smaller door on a bigger door. Is able to create a peephole in any door you can imagine in practically no time at all. I beg your pardon? A peephole, you say? 2 nights ago, we arrived at the scene only minutes after the murder of Mr. Winnebank had taken place. That's right. According to the paperwork at the yard, it was you, your Japanese assistant, and Sholmes. Yes, the 3 of us were together, and it's recently come to my attention that my assistant made use of this device at the time. Your assistant did what? There was a peephole in the storeroom door. I can attest to that. Because I looked through the peephole myself in order to see inside the locked storeroom. This is ludicrous! What are you trying to say? Of course there was a peephole in the door. I said as much in my testimony. How else would I have witnessed a crime, for pity's sake? Yes. How could you? What? Counsel, kindly say what you mean. Alright, it's time. Time to strike the final blow. What I mean is this, my lord. There was no peephole until she made use of this device. My assistant made the peephole in the storeroom door, and until such time as she did, the door had no hole in it to look through. What? No!
Objection!
This is a farce! Are you really suggesting that the peephole in the door was... Yes, it was created only after the incident had taken place, by my judicial assistant, using this device. Your assistant tampered with the crime scene, whilst being fully aware of the gravity of her actions. That is a most serious act of vandalism. For which I humbly apologize, my lord. It was in a few minutes that I left the scene in order to pursue the skulking brothers and alert the police. Nevertheless, in the light of this new information, it becomes apparent that Mr. Gregson's testimony is riddled with holes. Riddled with... Explain yourself, counsel. The majority of Mr. Graydon's testimony that appears to incriminate the defendant is only because he was able to see through a peephole. But he doesn't have, but the door never had one. It's based upon what he witnessed through the peephole in the storeroom door. Yes, that filthy girl was shooting the man in the back. However, if at the time of the instance, that peephole did not yet exist in the door, there's no possible way that you could have seen what you claim to have seen. In short, your entire testimony is a pack of lies. Order! 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 Is there any credence in this revelation? Yes, there is.
Objection!
None whatsoever. As my learned friend must surely realize. Exactly. This is just some cheap trick designed to discredit me. I'm afraid not, sir. Of course it is! If you seriously expect people to believe that plaything can cut through a solid wooden door, we can do it right now. I suppose they want to ask for proof that it wasn't there at the time? Oh yes, I designed it to be very tough. It can cut through even the toughest of doors. That's absurd. I don't believe it for a second. I had a feeling you'd say that. What? Waggy, Gary, time for dinner. Oh my... Oh! You made one? When? When did you do that, Iris? What? What the... Iris, what the fuck? Where? How? When? When did you do this? What? Iris! Baby girl, what the hell? When? Okay. Well. Ah! Young lady, this is the Old Bailey. One does not make cat flaps in the oak paneling at the Old Bailey. I'm not done yet, don't worry. This doesn't mean that the people in the storeroom door at the Winnebanks was made by your machine. And there's no way you can prove that it was. Yes, I can, you slimy fuck. Yes, I can. No, but it's easy. What? The cat flaps my cat flap makes are all of a fixed size. and the dimensions of the people Windibanks are an exact match. Look! Dots. Oh, Silk is lost for words. Excellent work, Iris. Thank you. And now it's my learned student friend's turn to be lost for words, I feel. I believe your judicial assistant has already left the country for your Eastern Island home. Well, yes, that's true. That wasn't what I was saying. I know, right? I thought she was gonna, like, do it live. And you may have some difficulty in establishing all the facts. For the sake of argument, let us assume the people has dimensions that are a perfect fit for this contraption. In that case, when was the people cut? The prosecution demands proof of your answer. What is the purpose of your line of inquiry, Lord Von Zieks? It's very simple, my lord. The defense argues that the people was created after the incident using this device. But now that the perpetrator has returned to a native land, she cannot testify to the fact. There is no proof. And for as long as the defense remains unable to prove when the people was made, my learned friend's claim amounts to nothing more than a baseless accusation. Come on, Ryunosuke, don't stumble like this. We have evidence. Indeed it is so, Lord Von Zieks. Well, counsel. We can prove it. Come on, Ryunosuke. Don't give up now, Runo. Like, dude, how did you figure out that the people didn't exist? By comparing the photos, you dumb fuck. Come on, man. This is the time to create your own opening and force your way through. Like with the cat flap mat, yeah. I don't know if I can do this, but I do know one thing. Susato-san, the greatest judicial assistant in the world. Very well. The counsel for the defense will present evidence to support the claim made. Proof that the people in the dorm was created after the event and not before. Like this!
Take that!
What are you? A print from that detective's infernal cameras again. Yeah, you're the one who presented it as evidence, man. You're the one who caused your own undoing. My judicial assistant, Miss Susato Mikotoba, is an extremely intelligent and capable woman, which is why I never had any cause to doubt that she would have considered this scenario and made sure I had the necessary proof. And the necessary proof is this photographic print, counsel. This print shows a scene in the shops moments after the defendant entered the premises. Agreed. And it also shows the accused mercilessly wielding a gun. Well, that the accused mercilessly wielded a gun in the direction of the defenseless broker. But more to the point, it pictures the storeroom door in the background. Let me see that print again. Dots. I don't believe it! This really is quite remarkable. The door to the storeroom is completely devoid of people of any description. Look. Mr. Graydon. You couldn't possibly have witnessed the crime as you claim to have done, because at the time it happened, there was no people in the door. Look. In other words, your testimony is a catalog of lies. Oh, he's swan spinning now. Goddamn, belly spinning. Order! 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 I am satisfied that the defense has substantiated its claim beyond all reasonable doubt. This witness's testimony was entirely fallacious. Dots. That's not the only thing we now know, beyond all reasonable doubt. My learned friend's assistant's guilt can no longer be denied. The woman tampered with a crime scene. But more importantly... Good Lord, there's more, Lord Von Zieks. The defense may have established a reprehensible instance of perjury. But that is no proof that this man is the victim's killer. True. Fair enough. Oh, he's getting more and more disheveled. Look at it. Look at the collar popping down now. Wait. Yeah, look at that. The collar's all disheveled now. Yes, that's right. What? I was there at the scene. It's true. And I was shot in the arm. It's true. That's all. Yes, in fact, if you looked at the circumstances, I am the victim here. Oh, please. No. I don't believe this. But they're right. As it stands now, I don't have any definitive proof that he is the culprit. Still, he can't worm his way out of it now. Iris? You know what they say. There's no point locking the cat's door after the cat has bolted. Is that right, Bruno? As Ellie always says, one line begets another. No, wait. That might have been a line I wrote to him in one of my stories. Dot. Well, no matter who said it first, you're right. Mr. Graydon, not only did you give false testimony to the court, but the lies you told make no sense. Make no sense? What do you mean by such a remark? What you said in your testimony reveals that you know something you shouldn't have known. In other words, there's a fundamental inconsistency in your statements because how would you have known that the coat had blood on it? How would you have known? Because you said you saw it happen, you saw the blood splatter onto the jacket.
Objection!
This is provocative talk, counsel. Won't you enlighten the court? Explain this alleged inconsistency. Do we get the thing? No? Iris is right. One lie begets another. The inconsistencies revealed by lies in the witness statements. They show that Mr. Graydon had knowledge of something he shouldn't have known anything about. Namely, the bloodstains on the coat. The bloodstains that were present on Miss Lestrade's coat. That's right. The victim's blood splattered all over her when she shot him. But how could you possibly have known that? Obviously because I saw her do it through the people in the... Ah, ha 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 ha. Yeah, of course, right? Yeah, you saw that shit, didn't you? The point is not that you lied in your testimony, Mr. Graydon. It's the nature of the lie you concocted that is so revealing. You're not making any sense. Then let me ask you a simple question. How is it, Mr. Graydon, that you knew of the existence of the people in the storeroom? What? Well, obviously yeah. Obviously you what? Dots. Oh! Yeah. Has the cat got your tongue, witness? The people in the room was made off after the incident occurred. And once I returned to the shop having failed to catch 2 burglars, Scotland Yard's investigators arrived immediately. Since that time, the police had been at Windibanks constantly, carrying out their investigation. Is that right, Inspector Gregson? Well, yes, of course. You heard it from Gregson, didn't you? The place is chock full of articles, and my lads had to thoroughly examine them all. So I gave the order to have officers working around the clock in shifts till we get through it all. Wait a second. Hang on, I wanted to check on something. And consequently, there's no way that you, Mr. Graydon, could have gained access to the shop. Therefore, you should have known nothing about the people in the storeroom. So the fact that existence forms the basis of your testimony is completely inexplicable.
Objection!
And yet, the fact remains that Mr. Graydon did maintain that he witnessed the crime take place through the people in the door. How on earth is that possible? Could I have a word, please, Lord Von Zeeks? Speak, Inspector. It's just that I really ought to be getting back to the station now to put in my report. There's really nothing more I can add to this testimony. So if it's all the same to you, no, you're the one who told him about it. Permission denied. Let's go, Von Zeeks. Oh. It's not all the same to me, Inspector. Not at all. You will remain exactly where you are until this trial concludes. Oh, of course, sir. Mr. Graydon. You shouldn't have known about the existence of that people. Which can only mean that you must have been informed about it by somebody else.
Objection!
Stop there, my learned friend. You realize, I trust, that the words you just uttered have extremely serious implications. Yes, but the defense believes that the details about the case that Mr. Gregson claims to have seen must have been revealed to him by a certain person for his testimony. And, in fact, considering a particular clue we have, there's really only one person that could be. It has to be. It has to be. It has to be Gregson. Right? Has to be him. Who is the person in question? Counsel. How about the person that coincidentally wants to leave?
Take that!
The truth is, it can only have been you, Inspector Gregson. You two were whispering behind there. Huh? Me?
Objection!
You had better have some proof to substantiate such a rash claim, my learned friend. Consider the fact that we have only been aware of Mr. Ashley Graydon's identity for the last few hours. We learned of it only during the course of the trial today. Indeed, preparations for his testimony were made with great urgency during our hour-long recess, while the police executed the subpoena and brought the man here from the communications station. And until that time, Mr. Graydon would have had no idea, no inkling, that he would suddenly be required to appear in court. Are you suggesting that until such time as he was summoned? Yes, my lord. Until then, it's reasonable to assume he knew nothing of the peephole. It was only once Graydon was in the stand that he realized his position. then he would have to defend himself against the accusation that he was the third intruder. You're suggesting to the court that it was while this trial was in progress that he received the information, yes, so that he could commit perjury in order to save his skin. Exactly. And the only person of knowledge of the investigation that he could had any contact with is you, Inspector Gregson. This is the blooming outrage. Why would I be giving away details of our investigations to this fella, eh? I was summoned to his lordship's chambers during the recess in any case. Had you forgotten that? Quite true. I had a number of questions regarding the events that transpired at the pawnbrokery. Which means the first time these two laid eyes on one another was after proceedings resumed following the recess. Since then, they've been in full view in the stand, but such illicit discussions couldn't have possibly occurred. What about when they had their backs turned when Gina was giving her testimony? Oh, I just remembered something, Bruno. What is it, Iris? There was one time before, wasn't there? I think it was when Ginny was testifying. Oh yes, now you mention it. When the bailiff was dispatched to retrieve Mr. Magoda's music box from the scene of the crime. That's it! I was doing that testimony. I remember finding it strange at the time. Mr. Graydon and the inspector seemed to be having some kind of secret discussion. It would have been possible for you to give Mr. Graydon the information he needed then. You little toe rag! You're making all this up! I'm a respectable Scotland Yard inspector for crying out loud. Why would I do something like that? Why would I be giving you confidential details to the likes of this bloke? Admittedly, you wouldn't have had any reason to do something like that for no gain. But perhaps it was part of a deal of some kind. Then it starts to make more sense. What deal, Counsel? Classified government secrets, sir. I wonder if perhaps in exchange for details about the people at the crime scene, Mr. Graydon agreed to give a certain something to the inspector. Thoughts. I'm sure I need not remind the inspector that if found to be true, striking a deal of any kind with a witness would be considered a gross case of malfeasance. Well,
Objection!
It's becoming clear that jumping in with accusations is this Nipponiese student's specialty. I don't do that. But if the stakes so high, the prosecution is not prepared to listen to baseless charges. It is incumbent on the defense now to present evidence in support of this diabolical claim. Evidence? Because what are you proposing that the inspector demands of the witness in return? The court must see proof of this alleged deal. It has to be in a music box, right? Wait, no. Not the music box. I don't think the music box. Because what would he have exchanged? Right? It's something that he has on his person. It's not something that we would have in evidence, technically speaking. What can he possibly give him? Right? Because we knew what he went there for. The second music box disc. Right? This is irrelevant. Except for the fact that it can play two discs at the same time. But what is relevant is the information. And we did notice that he did do something fairly unusual during the trial, right? If Inspector Gregson really did strike a deal with Mr. Raiden, then logically, there's only one thing he could have asked for. That must be it. Bruno, do you think it could be? Yes. It's the missing link that would join all the dots together in this puzzle. I must press you for an answer now, Counsel. What evidence explains the nature of the alleged deal that... has to be this.
Take that!
Inspector Gregson! Besides this murder, is it not true that you've been working on another very important case? What? How are you getting at now, Sunshine? Is it possible that this other top secret case is what's alluded to in this newspaper article here? The classified secrets being leaked overseas from the Ministry of Justice. How the bleeding Nora could you? We discovered during the course of this trial the music box deposited at Winbanks by Magnus McGilded. A special music box designed to play 2 discs at once. It would seem very likely now that encoded on the pair of discs that were in McGilded's possession are the leaked classified secrets. So I put it to you, Inspector, that in order to recover the second of the discs containing those secrets, you covertly made a deal with Mr. Graydon, in which you exchanged the disc for details of the case. That's true. Order, order, order! On the day of the incident, when we met you at Winbanks, you said this. I'll be taking that whatever it is of McGilded's down to the yard, thank you very much. So hand it over. No, don't give it to him. It's mine, that is. Mine! I'm sorry, miss, but anything belonging to McGilded has to be taken in as evidence now. Scotland Yard already knew at the time, isn't that right? That Magnus McGilded was involved in the sealing of government secrets. Thoughts. My orders were: recover the medium used to convey the secrets leaked from the ministry, and do it on the QT. Strictly hush-hush. And that explains why, when I presented this disc as evidence to the court, you objected so heavily, I presume. Because you knew that it contained highly confidential information. Well, I mean, not likely. I mean, I wasn't sure of it myself. I realized that was a possibility, that's all. Inspector, surely you're not saying that in order to acquire the second of these music box discs, you did indeed reveal confidential details of the crime scene to the witness, to aid and abet this man in giving false testimony. There's no other way that Mr. Graydon could have known of the existence of the peephole. It's the only explanation. A deal was struck between these two men. No! Look at how they're reacting. It has to be true.
Objection!
If, and I stress if, this sobering assertion turns out to be founded in truth, it will mean that the second disc is, as we speak, here, in this very courtroom. Wait, what? In this room? Yeah, of course it is. Sure. How could you possibly make a claim like that? Because Inspector Gregson is a Scotland Yard detective. What is that supposed to mean, eh? As a seasoned policeman, the inspector will have approached this alleged deal with caution. Certainly, he would not have accepted a gentleman's agreement in this matter. That's true. No, he would have insisted on having the article agreed upon in the palm of his hand. Good gracious, then you mean to say Inspector Gregson already has the item in question in his possession? He has the second disc actually on his person.
Yes!
The defense demands that the inspectors search at once. Definitely. They could have only have struck a deal at each other when Ginny was testifying before, and Gregsy hadn't moved from the witness stand since. My lord, please order an examination of his personal effects immediately. Well, Inspector? He looks really nonchalant. This young man wants to tone down his imagination. He's insulted me and my profession quite enough. However, if it'll put this matter to bed and dispel any doubts about my involvement, then I'll happily submit to a body search so he doesn't have it on his body. He did something unusual in the trial. He held Nash Skulkin by the cuff of his neck, suddenly, with no warning. It is not on Gregson, because he deposited on someone else. What? He's going to agree to it. I presume you're aware of the precipice on which you now teeter, my learned student friend. You made a most serious allegation against Scotland Yard here. If, following the search of the inspector's personal artifacts, no disc is found, you will be deemed unfit for court service. This trial will end, and my country's government will formally demand of yours that you are severely reprimanded. That sounds serious. Indeed. However, a visiting student makes such defamatory remarks about our country's most senior police force is not something Her Majesty's government will be able to overlook. You're just threatening Reno because you're scared. The accusation is beyond serious. You must be prepared for grave consequences. Nuts. It's true. I can't imagine Gregson would have accepted a gentleman's agreement for something so critical. The disc must have physically changed hands, which means the inspector should have it. But somehow, something doesn't feel quite right here. Very well, Counsel. You know the implications, so let me ask you one final time. Yes, my lord. Do you still persist in formally requesting a search of the inspector's personal artifacts? We search Nash Skulkin. Yes, the defense formally demands the search to be conducted. Well, don't say you weren't warned, but your typical Nippony stubbornness may well land you in hot water this time. Perhaps the lesson will do you some good. Fair enough, I've got nothing to hide. Very well then. Bailiff, conduct the search of the inspector's personal effects. Yep. The defense demands a search, but not of Inspector Gregson. What? And what's all this? I'm the one you're accusing, aren't I? I thought you wanted to search me. No, Inspector, not you. Somebody else. What's the meaning of all this, eh? Lost that at last, have you? Sunshine? The court should never have to put up with this nonsense. You're being completely irrational. Oh, no, you were. Quiet, all of you. Iris. Reno's doing what you all told him to do, and having the courage of his convictions. So you should respect that and listen to what he has to say in good faith. Because that's the British way. How said, young lady. Indeed, this court is in awe of the defense counsel's conviction, and eagerly awaits his next words. You what? Now don't be hasty, my lord. If I'm not mistaken about the things I've seen in court today, I'm fairly sure that I know who has that disc at the moment. There's only one person it can be. Counsel, of whom do you request a search now? Nash? Motherfucking Skulkin.
Take that!
My lord. Mr. Nash Skulkin. I never. Oh, blimey. Me? Him? Very well then. Bailiff! Restrain the witness and conduct a thorough search of his personal effects. Please, my lord. Oh, why are you saying no, huh? Good sir? Inspector? Scotland Yard, has objected to search. No, fuck you.
Objection!
Unfortunately for you, Inspector, your objections carry no weight here. In this courtroom, only the prosecution and the defense have the authority to object. But Lord Van Zieks! I have no idea what forces are in play that might influence your actions. But personally, I have no intention of obstructing the course of this trial. Bailiff, carry out the search. Now hold on a minute, I don't know nothing. Nothing about no disc. Count it out. What about at your neck? Huh? What about at your jacket? Ah! Here, my lord, in a witness's pocket. I found this. You found it. Yeah, let's go. Good God, that's another music box disc. I didn't know nothing about it. Nothing. So we gotta play it now. To prove that it is Morse code. That is the second music box disc left behind by Magnus McGilded. Is it not, Inspector Gregson? Order! 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 Mr. Skulkin, what have you to say for yourself? Gordon Bennett, just Gordon Flaming Bennett. I swear I didn't know nothing about that disc. Honest to God. Counsel, would you please explain what exactly is going on here? When Gregson grabbed Nash Skulkin in a fit of rage, he did that to make the disc change hand once again. That's exactly what happened. The alleged deal that was struck was between this witness and this detective, no? Without question, my lord. Then, for pity's sake, why on earth is this man in possession of the disc that the inspector traded for information? Inspector Gregson is a shrewd, calculating man who rarely loses his composure. But at one particular point in this trial, he exhibited some unusual behavior for a brief moment. I don't recall. What unusual behavior? It was, yes, during my cross-examination of Mr. Graydon. Tell me, Mr. Graydon, what you left when you left the pawnbrokery that night. Was it by any chance with the second disc in your jacket pocket? I admit to nothing of the sort. While Mr. Graydon answered my questions, the inspector appeared to have grabbed Nash Skulkin by his coat and was shaking him violently. Yeah, he did it all. I mean, noggin was gonna fall clean off it, I did. I was wishing I'd been born as my brother I was. And what exactly happened to make the detective attack you like that? I ain't got a clue. He just suddenly turned and grabbed me, whistle like that and started shaking me. But I'm pleased that you mentioned the third gun when we got you down the station. That's what he said. Hit it right down my ear. He did. It's still throbbing now. The way the detective behaved then was extremely out of character. But looking back now, it must have been then that he did it. That was the opportunity Inspector Gregson created for himself in order to hide the disc. Plus my wig, he hid it! You. And I'm afraid I failed to comprehend the motive here. If the detective had acquired the disc he was after, why would he then proceed to hide it in another man's pocket? This is a court of law. He could have submitted the item as evidence. It would appear, my lord, that the inspector was not at liberty to do that. However not, as the man himself revealed earlier, his current assignment has some special conditions. My orders well? Recover the medium used to convey the secrets leaked from the ministry. Okay, wait, I'm sorry. I'm sorry. Oh my gosh, I'm sorry. I feel like I have to cut it short here. Because it's getting really, really late for me. And unfortunately, I do have to go to bed. I'm sorry. I know, like, we've come, like, it feels like the climax, but we will do the climax tomorrow. I'm sorry, I really apologize for this, but yeah, I am gonna have to call it tonight. Oh my gosh, I'm so sorry, because we are like at the climax, right? I feel, you know. But yeah, oh my gosh, I'm sorry, I'm gonna have to call it here. But man, all the twists and turns that were taking place here, my god, it's so crazy. Oh my gosh. But yeah, we got it. We got them. We got them. We got them. We got that, man. So we will be doing the conclusion of this trial tomorrow, and maybe start I want to say start on the second part of the Great Ace Attorney Chronicles. Because I think this is the end of like episode 5 is the end of part 1, and it'll be episode 2 of the second portion, which is not adventures. Yeah. So I am gonna call it here, so thank you so much for stopping by. I really appreciate it. If you have the rest of the day going for you, please have a very wonderful rest of your day. And if you need to rest and decompress and go to bed like I do, then so Yasumi to you. Good night. Yeah, we'll continue this tomorrow. I feel like I'm also slowly losing my voice a little bit. I ran out of water. But yeah, we will continue this tomorrow, and we will see to the conclusion of this trial. But thank you so much for stopping by and like witnessing me like lose my mind a little bit with like, you know, like a little bit of the vagueness of the evidence. But you know what? We got there. We eventually got there. We got penalized a bit, but we got there. So, you know, I feel like let's spread the Snow Patrol to our stream, shall we? And we'll continue this tomorrow, and also start the next portion of the game as well. And I know just who we're gonna raid. Let's go raid Sima. So please copy whichever raid messages you're able to copy, and we're gonna be making our way over to Sima to give him a good old Snow Patrol greeting. For those that don't know Sima, he is an Uruguay VTuber, and he was here just earlier. He was here just earlier watching me as well. But he's currently playing what looks like Battlefield 3. So let's go on over and give him a good old spread the love, as it were. You know, because he was here and he's streaming now, so we gotta share it, right? So yeah, that's gonna be it for me tonight. I will continue. I'm repeating a lot. I will continue this on tomorrow, and yeah, we'll see the conclusion and we'll start the next thing. So please stay tuned for that. I will be back with that. So in any case, hold stay out, and as always, this has been Toya, and I'll see ya